I will
the
just,
municipal official. You guys ready? Mel, you're ready? Ready, Mel?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. This Livingston Commission meeting is called to order. Roll call, please.
Chair Newts,
Here.
Vice Chair Kale,
Here.
Commissioner Friedman. Here. Commissioner Schwartz. I saw him mouth the word present. You're muted. We can't hear you, sir. And Commissioner Lyons. Here.
okay, now I'm present.
Yay.
Sorry.
No, you're good. Thank you, Commissioner Schwartz. Everyone's here. Right, first on the agenda is general public comment. So individuals are reminded that the public comment should be limited to items over which the city commission has supervision, controls jurisdiction, or advisory power. So this is comment for things that are not on the agenda. And you'll get 4 minutes. So I'll start with people in the room. Is there anybody in the room that wants to give general public comment? Don't see any. Okay, I'm gonna look online. Is there anybody online? Hi, Leslie. Do you want to kick us off?
Yeah. Hi there. Sorry, I'm in the airport at the moment. I just wanted to say congratulations to the new two new incumbents who are re-elected and new incumbent for the city commission. I also wanted to say thank you to the city staff and Grant Giger for completing our Christmas stroll project, and we are so excited to get ready for this year's 111 years into visiting the Christmas stroll. And I know I've seen many of you, actually all of you, this year. And I also wanted to say we really appreciate going into this Thanksgiving with the different proclamations and great gratitude and thanks for the Livingston Area Chamber of Commerce. Thank you.
Thanks, Leslie. I think that the audio got a little bit choppy. I think that you were mostly expressing gratitude to staff and the city and offering congratulations. And if I missed any of it, can you just send us an email?
I think we got a thumbs up.
But I think, okay. Okay, thank you, Leslie, for the kind words to everyone, and travel safely. Right, is there anyone else that would like to offer public comment at this time? All right, general public comment is closed. So first on the agenda are consent items. With 3 consent items, and I think Mr. Gager, you had something that you wanted to correct.
I do. We unfortunately missed a word on page 14. Line 19, which is the second to last line of the item. There was a comment about affordable housing and creating workforce housing, and then there's a comment made and should be vacationers. There was a not that was missed. It should not be, was the intent of the message there. So recommended change on page 14, line 19, the addition of the word not. Apologies for the.
That's okay. That's where we checked minutes. Sure, we were summarized appropriately. Do we need to amend that, or will you just correct it?
I think a motion to approve with the change noted by the manager, if it's acceptable to you folks, would
Okay.
accomplish the.
Can I see your hat?
Yes, it was a comment
Okay.
that I had made.
Yeah.
Commissioners, is there any that any of you want pulled for discussion? No, I'm gonna look online for Commissioner Schwartz. Okay, then I'll make the motion if you'd like, since it's my comment that was, okay, so I'll make a motion to approve consent items A through C with the amendment noted by the city manager.
Okay.
Motion by Newts and a second by Lyons. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
So we have a 5-0. Motion passes. First up, or next up rather, is of the City Commission of the City of Livingston, Montana, recognizing November 25th as Small Business Saturday in Livingston, Montana. Whereas the City of Livingston celebrates our and the contributions they make to our local economy and community. Whereas small business owners who work long hours juggling family and career responsibilities and serving as community volunteers are integral to our county's prosperity and the vibrancy of our community. These entrepreneurs are fundamental to our economy. Through the opportunities offered by the men and women who own and operate small businesses, many of our citizens are able to pursue their dreams of a better life. And whereas we recognize Small Business Saturday on Saturday, November 25th, 2023, as a day to celebrate and support small businesses that create jobs, boost the local economy, invigorate neighborhoods around the country, and encourage residents to shop local. And whereas it's fitting to recognize the small businesses in our community for the key role they play in strengthening our local economy. Now therefore it be it resolved on behalf of the Livingston City Commission, I, Melissa Newts, Chair, do hereby declare November 25th, 2023 to be Small Business Saturday in Livingston, Montana. Mr. Gager.
Thank you, Chair Newts. I am looking forward to the coming Small Business Saturday, and I hope to see community members out there enjoying it as well. Thank you.
Thanks. Commissioners, is there anything that any of you would want to add before we move on?
I would just say, I hope everybody goes out and shops downtown on the 25th and then goes to Light Up Livingston that evening. So, excellent.
I always appreciate the reminder that it's time to start shopping. Yeah, and it's awesome, and I'm excited for this. Our town is loaded with local businesses that are great. So thanks for putting this proclamation in here tonight. All right, then we'll move on. I'm going to look to Commissioner Schwartz too, just so you have a chance if you want to add anything. Okay. All right, first up on the agenda, an ordinance. Ordinance 3047, an ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Livingston, Montana, amending chapter 23 of the Livingston Municipal Code entitled Trees by eliminating the tree board. Mr. Gager.
Thank you, Chair Newts. The item before you folks is the second reading of ordinance 3047, which is the proposed elimination of the tree board. And following up on the conversation at the last meeting, I wanted to take a moment to work through with the commission just kind of a plan that myself and staff had put together for public engagement related to the responsibilities of the tree board, and just kind of affirm for you folks how those responsibilities will be handled moving forward if the second reading of the ordinance is adopted tonight. If you don't mind.
Yeah,
Sure.
please.
Yeah. Okay, great. So excellent. The tree board really was created in response to several efforts. First and foremost, as we look back, they were created really to help implement the tree plan, and also as a requirement of the Tree City USA. And so when we look at that and then layer on maybe some more recent planning documents in the form of the growth policy, it appears as though there are really 12 primary responsibilities for the tree board from those various documents. And first and foremost, if we look at the Tree City USA requirements, there are four. One is that we maintain a tree board or department, and all of this language here comes right from the Tree City USA website. And so they do recommend delegating tree care decisions to a professional forester, arborist, city department, citizen-led tree board, or some combination. And so, we at one point did not have a city arborist on staff, and so the tree board was utilized to fulfill that requirement. Secondarily, Tree City USA requires us to have a community tree ordinance, and as you know, it's before you tonight. The city does have a tree ordinance. Thirdly, the city is required to spend at least $2 per capita on urban forestry. And this obviously is something that's controlled by you folks on the city commission through your appropriation. And I can affirm for you folks that, with an estimated population of 8,707, I believe, we are spending more than $2 per capita on urban forestry in a number of different regards, not least of which is the $10,000 contribution to the Livingston Love Trees program, as well as our staff spending and other maintenance. And then finally, the fourth requirement for Tree City USA is to celebrate Arbor Day. And that is a celebration that the city has managed in a number of different ways. Recently, there was a function with the library this last May, where a tree was planted there, and Arbor Day was celebrated in that way. As I said, secondarily, the responsibilities from the tree board are enumerated in the Livingston Municipal Code. And the first of those I will summarize is to study, investigate, counsel, develop, and administrate a written plan for the care, preservation, planting, replanting, removal of trees and shrubs in the public right of way. And it actually municipal code stipulates that plan will be presented annually to the commission and shall constitute the city tree plan. Secondarily is to promote and supervise the establishment of a tree inventory for our street and city parks. This is required by the municipal code every 3 years. This is a function that is performed by staff currently. And I'm happy to report that 90% of our trees have been inventoried in the last 2 years. And so we are current with this requirement. And this is a process that our team works through internally each year. And then thirdly is to, at the request of the commission, consider, investigate, and report and recommend upon those items specific to trees. Finally, as we do in City Hall, as we look for guidance on certain items, we reviewed the growth policy and really objective 4.3.5 in the natural resources area is to sustain and improve the health and diversity of trees and other flora throughout Livingston. There are 5 strategies that are enumerated to support that objective. The first is one that our city team works on every day, which is ensuring trees on city lands are well maintained and healthy. As I've noted in prior conversations, we have two licensed certified city arborists on staff. Secondarily is to another strategy is to create an emerald ash borer action plan. Thirdly is to look at requirements for trees in the gateway overlay zoning, which is a process that we hope the zoning commission will pick up on and move forward here in the coming months. Fourthly is to expand educational programs to encourage private citizens to maintain a healthy and diverse tree canopy on private property and boulevards. And then the final strategy supporting this objective is to explore state, local, and federal funding related to trees, and that is a function that we perform at a staff level. And so, you know, as we look at those 3 organizational documents or founding documents, you know, again, they put forward 12 areas of activity, and as was mentioned through that a good number of these are performed at a staff level. And so we really, if we look forward, there are really, I would say, kind of 4 fairly foundational, perhaps 5 foundational, you know, public engagement opportunities related to trees moving forward. And it's somewhat important to note that, you know, these opportunities really, you'll see as I talk through them, really kind of require different skill sets and tree knowledge. You know, the first creating an emerald ash borer action plan really is a bit more of a technical process, and certainly requires a little bit of understanding on the emerald ash borer and mitigation opportunities or defensive opportunities there. Secondarily is the reviewing the requirements for trees into the gateway overlay zoning district, and that is a review that we had hoped to begin earlier this month with the zoning commission, but didn't have a quorum. So we will, you know, start that or restart that process in the coming meetings. And I think that offers a great opportunity for the public to engage around trees in this area. The third one is one I think that I'm very excited about. And it dovetails with a lot of other work that we have happening within the city or planned within the city. And that's just expanding our educational programs and specifically, you know, the comment from the growth policy is where this one came was to, you know, encourage citizens to maintain a healthy and diverse tree canopy. And it's certainly, as we've been reviewing educational opportunities, we recognize at the city that there are a number that we need to pursue. There are certainly some related to trees and you know, kind of general tree planting and maintenance, and these go along with others related to you know, the bee city, the no mow May. Also water conservation is another area where we are actively kind of preparing some educational programs, working with some community members. And so it certainly seems to me as though there's an opportunity there to expand our educational program, certainly not only on general tree planting and maintenance, but as the city is a partner in the Livingston Loves Trees, there is I think an opportunity there really to expand the awareness of that and participation in that programming. And then certainly there's the Tree City USA requirement related to Arbor Day. And then finally, as items come up here at the commission level, I think there's a great opportunity to engage the public on those and bringing together, I think, ad hoc groups to address those certain topics seems like a very effective way to accomplish that, because again, there are different elements of the urban forest and tree maintenance and planting that different members of the community, I think, have different specialties. And so to be able to bring those specialist groups together for targeted engagements, I think has the opportunity to be fairly powerful for the city. So you know, that is I think a good summary of you know, the requirements of the tree board and how we plan to manage those at a staff level. And so I'll stand for any questions that you may have.
Commissioners, do you have any clarifying questions? I have one. If nobody else does yet.
Go on.
Are you able to put that
Absolutely. Yes.
back up? Thanks. So for the list that you had of all of the things, the 12 things, were there any that were just policy only and didn't have to do with like maintaining the urban forest, or didn't have to do with, because like the action plan for the emerald ash borer seems a little bit to me maybe like a energy action plan or something where there would be a component that would be public, but I don't know that it's policy because it's decisions within the executive branch. Can you help me get clarity around like what those look like?
Yeah, no, absolutely. So I guess to answer your first question, are there items of a policy nature? I certainly, as we go through this in the Tree City USA, I don't really see any that are items of a policy nature. Tree care decisions, the delegation of tree care decisions is operational somewhat by definition. The ordinance, is a bit of a policy conversation there as far as updates to the ordinance go. But then the final two are largely operational. And in fact, the budgeting rests with you folks. The most probably policy driven that I would point to outside of the actual ordinance itself is really the third one here is when requested by the commission to consider, investigate, make, find, and report and recommend upon matters within the scope of work related to trees. Because even the first item, developing a written plan for the care, preservation, planting, replanting, removal, disposition of trees and shrubs is largely an operational plan that I would imagine would be created with the principles of urban forestry and what arborists are licensed and certified to do. And so it's a little bit less policy there, and certainly the tree inventory feels fairly operational. And so this strategy related to the gateway overlay zones, there's some policy there, although as I noted, I think that discussion largely will occur at the zoning commission when they work for that. So there are not as many policy items in the tree area as there might be in some others.
Okay.
Hopefully that's helpful.
Yeah, one of the things the last 2 years that I've been on is it seems like there's a growing interest in educational programming, but based on your description tonight, my understanding that's not something that would go through the commission. That's not like a legislative function. So I'm just trying to get my head around that part. Thank you. Did you have a clarifying
I was gonna
question?
say, can you go back, I'm sorry,
Yeah.
to your list that was the public engagement that you listed? And I'm just wondering, Mr. Gager, if you could maybe give an example of what some of that public engagement might look like?
Mhm.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, oh, I absolutely. And so
Right, what you're envisioning, like, oh, we can do public engagement at these points and what that might look like or how that might happen.
Mhm, mhm. So, I guess with regards, and I'll just go top to bottom really, with regards to the Emerald Ash Borer Action Plan, there is a little bit of a technical nature to that plan, right? That is grounded in science and really best practice. And so, that said, I do think that we would have a citizens advisory committee that would help in formulation of that plan. To the extent that we had qualified professionals within the city that would want to volunteer their time, we certainly welcome them. That said, I do think not only will the city arborists be involved in that plan, but we also will do kind of an industry outreach and see what the best practice are. We know that the Emerald Ash Borer, I believe, has reached to Billings. And so, I think it's instructive always to look at what other folks have done. And so I think there's a role for the community to play in that. Certainly with the gateway overlay zoning, we would look for engagement to happen at the zoning commission level there, because the trees are but one element of the overall overlay district. And so I would imagine, like I said, that most of that occurs at the zoning commission. Related to educational programs, the city, this is one I think where in the formulation of the programs, we engage at a much smaller level. If I talk about kind of what we do on the B City USA side, it's a new program, but we've got some folks within the city that have that technical expertise that are lending to us to create some graphics and do some outreach there about best practices and how people may prepare their yards in the winter or the spring for bees. And so, initially that's kind of small outreach, but then that's information that we will start to push out through our various communications channels seasonally. And I would say we're doing the same on the water conservation side as well, working with kind of some groups of community experts to create some informational materials that then we'll work to put out. And so, and I think that the general tree planting and maintenance would be a good avenue or a good area to focus on. And so I think those are some of the ideas that we have. I think that trees in the urban forest probably have fewer public engagement opportunities than perhaps some other areas. But I do think that there are some meaningful opportunities to engage in and really educate the public as much as anything. So hopefully that's answered your question.
Thank you. Do you have anything else? Any other commissioners? Commissioner Schwartz? Nope. Okay. So clarifying questions. Now we'll move to a motion on ordinance 3047. Does someone want to make a motion?
I make a motion to approve ordinance 3048.
We're on 3047.
I'm sorry, 3047.
Thank you, Commissioner Schwartz. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion by Schwartz and a second by Friedman. And now we'll go to public comment on ordinance 3047. We'll start within the room and then we'll go online. So if there's anybody in the room that wants to give public comment, you're welcome to come on up. And there will be, the timer is different tonight, just so you all know. Mr. Gager has a staff person. Can we introduce him? Do you mind introducing him?
Well, absolutely. We've got our policy analyst, Greg.
Thanks, Greg. So Greg will be the timer and he'll alert if it's not obvious and people can't hear, then I'll let people know that Greg's timer went off. Thanks, Greg, for doing that for us. So it'll be 4 minutes for folks that want to give public comment on this. You're welcome to come on up. Thank you.
I get incredibly nervous about this kind of thing.
We're a friendly commission.
Hi there, I'm Erica Lighthizer. My address is 528 South 8th Street here in Livingston. And I'm here tonight on behalf of Park County Environmental Council to weigh in on this ordinance related to elimination of the tree board. I sent in a letter at a late hour here pretty recently, so I thought I might just kind of summarize some of the highlights of that. As you all know, the city of Livingston really prides itself in being a Tree City USA. 73% of Livingston residents stated that urban trees are very important to Livingston's community character. But our urban forest had some challenges. While a defining characteristic of the community, many residents are living without the well-documented human health, environmental, and economic benefits of trees. Numerous neighborhoods in Livingston, such as pretty much the entire north side, have really little or no street canopy cover at all. And I feel with climate change, maintaining a healthy community forest is getting more challenging. As you all know, Livingston's trees are aging and quite homogeneous. In the south part of town alone, the 2022 tree inventory identified 30 hazard trees that required immediate maintenance or removal. Our well-treed neighborhoods are also homogeneous. Nearly half of the public trees surveyed in the 2022 Tree City inventory were green ash. This lack of tree diversity makes our community forest particularly susceptible to invasive pests and diseases, which will require proactive planning and an allocation of resources to combat. I'm the coordinator for PCEC's Livingston Loves Trees initiative. Our initiative was created in close collaboration with the former chair of the Livingston Tree Board to improve the diversity of our urban trees, help build resilience in the face of the emerald ash borer, and to fill the 700-ish empty boulevard planting sites that were identified in the 2014 tree inventory. Over the last 2 springs, we've planted over 160 new diverse species of trees in town. While I'm deeply proud of what we've done and the tangible impact we've made on our community forest over the last 2 years, planting new trees is just one aspect of maintaining a healthy community forest. And with the challenges our community forest faces, I think we need to really carefully consider the repercussions of the decision we make today. Trees have a really long time horizon. What we decide today, we won't see the impacts of for another 20 or 30 years. So I feel like it's really important that we develop a comprehensive and long-term urban forest management plan to address our aging and homogeneous tree population and our lack of tree equity in Livingston. We have one from 2015 and hasn't been updated in a while. And it's great to see that there's some priorities outlined that the city would involve the public in engaging in the future. But I think maybe a more comprehensive approach is needed. Sorry, I'm getting texts and it's cluttering my text. I think this plan could include strategies for addressing the lack of trees on the north side of Livingston, updated recommendations on tree species and tree maintenance, It could identify guidance on how to monitor the health of our urban forests, reduce the risk of invasive insects and diseases, adapt forest management practices, and address the challenges of climate change. And importantly, the public should be really actively involved in this planning process to ensure the forest management plan aligns with the needs of our community.
That was 4 minutes.
Oh,
If you can
shucks.
just,
Okay,
I'll
I can
finish your-
summarize it really quickly.
thank you.
You know, so I think these citizen advisory boards provide a really crucial role in engaging the public. I think back to our recent experience with the planning board and our growth policy process, and what a engaging and robust document that has become as a result of that process. So I think the tree board could be a great tool for encouraging that public engagement. And so I just come here today to just make sure that this decision is really carefully weighed, considering the long-term impacts to our community forest.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Kind sir, is it possible to make the volume louder on your one?
Change the.
Thank you. I'm sorry to ask my,
Better? Oh, copy the mic.
you have a more obnoxious.
Yes, I did.
Thank you, guys. It makes it much easier to hear. I appreciate it. Commissioner-elect Willich, if you could just do a dance when it goes off, that would be helpful visually for me. You can-
Nobody wants to dance.
Just kidding. Welcome. I'll make sure our timer is ready. Ready? Please, go ahead. Thank you.
Hi, I'm pretty new in town. My name is Joanna Massier. You have to give your address here?
Yeah.
That's 1011 River Drive, apartment 400-30. And I moved here about 3 months ago. I guess I'm representing PCEC. Also AmeriCorps Vista. And I came up with a lot of things I could have said up here. And I was really nervous and just all over the place thinking about what I could say. But I haven't been here long enough to say much. So instead, I spent the last hour or so just pacing around outside the post office, collecting signatures. And I just asked, do you support Livingston Volunteer Tree Board? And I left a spot for yes and a spot for no. Can I pass this around?
You can hand it over this way and then, yeah, thank you.
I got 30 signatures in about an hour and 15 minutes. No one signed for no, which I don't know why I left that as an option, really, but no one said they didn't want a volunteer tree board. That's pretty much it. I got 30 signatures of people living in the community, either in Livingston or in the county.
That's
My
someone
time up?
else's phone. That's not a city phone. Yeah.
Dancing music.
Thank you.
Yeah, I won't take the rest of the time.
Thank you. We can give her a clipboard back too.
Okay.
Yeah. If anybody wants to see. Is that your phone?
The sound turned off.
Oh my God.
Do we have a teenager in the house? Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for having this public meeting and talking about tree boards. I think I have a sort of mantra that I
Can
think
you
is
start please by introducing
Oh,
yourself?
I'm sorry,
That's
Elizabeth.
okay. That's okay.
Elizabeth McNamee, 216 South Fifth Street. I'm a member of the tree board. I just want to say the tree board is an asset, not a liability. I appreciate so much all the work the city manager has done in trying to put all the pieces together. But I think we still have a disagreement. I'm here to urge the commission not to make a motion and not to pass this motion tonight, but to postpone the decision. Allowing us, the tree board, to work with the city to figure out a way to create a new vision for volunteer public engagement, working with the city, not against the city, not costing the city anything. Things have changed since the ordinance was passed in 2002. There's more in the ordinance, as I think you point out, than is in the Tree City USA. There are more options in there for public engagement that you didn't mention, but we can go over that. It's one of the things I'd like to go over. I believe that it's time for all hands on deck. I think just professionalizing the tree work does not serve the community of Livingston as much as we could. I think we need the volunteers. And especially due to the looming threats of climate change and emerald ash borer. I think we need to improve the tree board. I really think we need to improve the tree board. I think it's been ineffective. We've discussed that. We didn't really have a chance to go over that and work on our planning in the last few months because our meetings were canceled, but everybody I've talked to on the tree board really has a strong desire to move ahead and to work together and make things better. We'd like to revise our bylaws so they're more consistent with our responsibilities and our duties, separating out the executive functions from the legislative functions. In my view, it's very important to remain a member, remain a Tree City USA, which requires either a tree board or a tree department. I've looked into this and I can tell you that what I found is that tree boards are much cheaper than tree departments. If we eliminate the tree board, which gives us, being a Tree City USA, gives the city of Livingston all this access to funding and expertise. It's a nationwide network. It's not just an inward facing body. It's part of a big network and we can get a lot of support for our city. If we eliminate the tree board, that jeopardizes any of that funding. We've received funding in the city from DNRC, the MUCFA funding, up to $12,000. It jeopardizes that funding in the future if we're not a Tree City USA, because it sends a message to funders that our community doesn't care about trees. We would like to revise our bylaws and create a master plan. We think there are opportunities for public engagement that go way beyond what the city manager has described. And we'd like to have conversations about that in the next couple of months. Again, the tree board is an asset for the city of Livingston, not a liability. Thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth.
Shall I sign in?
Yes, everyone that gives public comment should sign in. I'm not sure if you didn't get a chance, just come back up and you can sign in real quick and I'll wait for you before I call on the next person. Thank you. Thank you. Sorry, I forgot to mention it when you were here the first time.
Should have noticed it's right in front of me.
Okay, you said you were nervous.
I'm new, I don't have to know this.
We're all doing our best. Is there anybody else in the room that would like to give comment on the ordinance 3047? Looking, I don't see anybody in the room. I'm gonna look online. Is there anybody online that would like to give comment on? Oh, hands are up. Look at that. I'm gonna start with, I'm sorry, what? Yeah, I see it. Yeah. Angela, you're up first.
Hi there. So I'm also want to urge the commission to keep the tree board. I feel like this board, it does a lot for the community and it helps keep the community involved in what's going on with their trees. And I'm also curious how many ash trees are left that the city is planning to remove. Do we have a count on that? There are, as an herbalist, I can let you know that there are indigenous traditions that could utilize the tree trunk and the barks, at least from the ash tree. There are many indigenous cultures that use those items. And also, I think it would be great if we could get some herbalists involved in the tree board to discuss, as these trees are brought down, what can be done with them. There's a lot of plant medicine that can be made. Personally, I saw trees downed and chipped, cottonwoods specifically, which are greatly used in the herbalism world for amazing medicine for sore muscles and broken bones. And so it's disappointing that we can't get there quick enough because we don't know they're being downed to harvest this medicine, and then you'd have less to dispose of. So those are some of my thoughts as far as having a tree board, and I guess I had the opportunity to get involved at some point and I didn't. So I'm putting it out there that I want to be more involved because this is a really important thing, not only for the community, but for the well-being of a lot of people who can utilize these plants as medicine. Thank you.
Thank you, Angela. Next on the list is Leslie Feigl. Hi, Leslie. You can go again.
Thank you very much. I literally have like 2 minutes to board meetings. Appreciate it. I agree literally with everybody, but Area Lighthouse had actually something that was extremely important, and that is the north side of the community. And at the north side, I mean, I've seen pictures of what Livingston used to look like before it was replanted, and we really need to embrace what we have with the tree board. Still to this day, I don't have the actual name of who our city arborist will be or is, which I understand is a contractual issue. But how can we effectively go to the city and ask about our trees within, if they're knocking up a sidewalk or if they need to come down, if we simply don't have the name of who the arborist is and what the new plan is for the north side of the city of Livingston. I mean, I would love to see it back in its heyday, which is back in probably the 20s, maybe the 10s of 1900. And it would be great to see that again. So I really appreciate your time tonight, and please think seriously before disbanding the tree board, because I believe it's something that our city still has some work to do before disbanding it at this point. And we do appreciate Grant's efforts to kind of pull in or rein in all of the boards with the volunteerism is like a dwindling issue. I completely understand that. So maybe going down to a 3-person board or something in a smaller factor between the 5 and 7. So thank you so very much tonight. And happy Thanksgiving.
Thank you, Leslie. Happy Thanksgiving to you too. Is there anybody else online that would like to give comment on ordinance 3047? I'm gonna do another scan of the room. Anything? Online? All right, so public comment for ordinance 3047 is closed. And now we will go back to the commission. There are some questions that were asked. It might be nice to get clarification on those first. Does that work for commissioners? Okay, I'll do my best. If I've forgotten any, please help me out. So I want to get some clarification that what we're both voting on is a board. It's not people, it's not public engagement, it's not plans for trees. Which trees are going to be removed, how trees are going to be maintained. I mean, I just want to get clarification since a lot kind of came up, and I think there's a lot of important issues there. Like, what exactly are we talking about?
No, excellent question, Chair Newts. Yes, we are talking here about the elimination of the tree board, which is, one avenue through which this tree work currently occurs. The city's intention is not to do less with the urban forest or with trees or with outreach or education. It's really just to effectively and properly align roles and responsibilities. And I think we've discussed a little bit that there are some items within the ordinance that alignment of roles and responsibilities, I think, is a little bit out. And so I think if we, eliminate the tree board, I understand the concern with the community, but I can assure you that the work will occur. And actually, there's much more that we envision will occur in urban forestry world than is currently occurring today, especially in the public outreach and engagement world. And I apologize if I haven't communicated that effectively to the community.
Thank you for that. And then there was a question about the amount of trees, that like the number of ash trees. I don't know that it's, I don't think this is the agenda item where we can go into detail about details of like our urban forest and inventory, but is that something that you can share like online? Like, can that information or data be available like to the public, maybe in an upcoming meeting, or if there's a way to publicize it online, people that are interested in the 90% inventory?
Oh, absolutely. I'd
Okay.
be more than happy to
Okay.
make the tree inventory available.
I'm just trying to respect the commission and staying on track with the agenda item, but I also want the information to be available to the public. And if any commissioner disagrees with me, please let me know if you want me to open it up, but I'm trying to keep us on track. Okay. There was a question, and I think this is related, about if our arborists, or a comment about if our arborists are contractors, if they're contract arborists, or how, you know, without a board would one, reach out to the city. That said, I've been on the board for 2 years, so nobody's ever reached out to the board since I've been on it asking for help with trees. And so, can you explain the mechanism for the public to get input from the city or help from the city about trees?
Absolutely. We have a certified arborist in the Parks Division of Public Works, as well as the Streets Division of Public Works. And so, as always, if anyone has a question, you know, picking up the phone and calling the Public Works Department, I think is a very effective method. If speaking on the phone is not your preferred method, on the top right side of our website, we have a contact us button. And that, you know, a person can pick a department that they would like to send the inquiry. If they don't pick a department, they just default come to my desk and we route them internally. And so that really, those are the two most effective ways to get in touch with the city. And please know, we do send the two arborists out very frequently to inspect trees and offer homeowners, you know, advice on how they should handle whatever situation they encounter.
So I can just call and say, I would like to talk to a city arborist, please, and then somebody will connect me. I don't need to know their name, or I can just ask for the city arborist and somebody will help me get connected to an arborist.
More than likely, the arborist will call you back or schedule a visit
Right.
because they're not just sitting around waiting for a phone call.
Okay, I just want to make sure, like, and not me, but I mean, me being the hypothetical, anyone in
Yes,
Livingston
any
can
community
call.
member.
Can call up. Okay, thank you for that. That's helpful to know. Doesn't require any special asks when making the call. I think. Oh, another question I have, so. This is maybe clarification on the first thing you said, and when you introduced the item, and then one of the comments from the public. So, do we have to have a designated tree department that stands alone in order to maintain the Tree City USA designation?
No, it does not have to be referred to as a tree department specifically. There just needs to be a department that has been delegated the responsibility for trees, and we currently meet that requirement.
And is this something that would negatively impact our funds? Like, how much money do we receive as being Tree City USA? It sounds like.
It varies from year to year. On large years where we've received a grant to remove, you know, damaged or diseased or dying trees, we've gotten up to $10,000 for that removal process, and that probably is the largest grant as we've gone back on record. That's been the biggest.
So was that through the board that the grant came, or was it like, is it possible to still say Tree City USA and have access to funds, or was the board playing a role in the grant, or was that an administrative or?
The Public Works Department, working with the city administration and the policy analyst, has the ability to secure those grant funds in the future as they've participated in that process in the past.
Okay, so in the past, it's been staff. And in the future, it could be staff if it wasn't a tree board function.
Yes.
Okay.
We do not have concerns about our ability to secure the grant funding working with the state as we
Okay.
have in the past.
I think those are all of the clarifying questions based on the comments from the public. Is there anything that I missed?
The only thing that I think you sort of asked this question, but I think it might just be important, or at least for me, I think it's important. There was a comment or a question about how many more ash trees are we going to take down? I would just like
thank
to
you.
know, we're not just taking down ash trees because they may become infected, correct? We're only removing trees, whether they're ash or anything else. If they're hazard or dead, we're not selectively going around and cutting down ash trees preventatively.
That is correct. There is no proactive culling
Thank
of
you.
ash trees occurring within the city
Okay.
that are not diseased or damaged.
Thank you. That reminds me of the question I forgot also, if I may.
Yeah.
And then we'll go to Mel. If someone wants to connect with the city for trees that are being removed, is that a possibility? Or is there somebody they can talk to? Because that's an administrative function, not legislative.
Oh, the herbalist
Yes.
situation?
Yes.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. I
Okay.
think that's something we could work with as we go through the tree removal process.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Angela, please be in touch with Mr. Gager. If you need his contact information, let me know. Okay, Commissioner Friedman.
I was on the tree board 12 years ago. If I understand what's going on, no reflection on the people part of the tree board right now, they're good people. The way the thing would work, unless I'm mistaken, I moved to Livingston. And I have a question about a tree. We have a tree board person that works for that particular thing, who's a professional. And we're gonna be giving professional information and all the things that go with trees, which has no reflection on the tree board. There's fines if you don't do certain things. All this seems to me, and it's too bad the way it's worked out, but this is where it is today. Is that the need is for the people who are experts in this particular field, because they're going to be telling them what kind of trees. There's fines involved if you don't do certain things. It just kind of took a turn to the right a little bit, away from where this committee operates, if I understand it correctly. It's looking at it in a different way, a way that is more current as to what's going on. So it's not a reflection, and I feel bad for the people that are part of the board right now. What the manager is saying, this is a better way, more quickly gets into what has to be done by professionals. And I hope that these folks don't feel really hurt, because I would feel hurt too. I was on the tree board. And that's not saying that they weren't doing a good job, but I think it has a specific title to it right now. The specific way, 1, 2, 3, the way it's gonna work. And I hope that they understand that part of it. It's in a different realm right now. So having said that, that's the way I hope I'm reading it right. But and that's why I think the manager, who's looking at the big picture, sees, yeah, we got a department and this is the way we want it to work. And these are professionals that are doing it. So I yield.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to offer comment?
I have some questions.
Go for it.
How can you estimate how much staff time is required to maintain the volunteer board?
Excellent question, Commissioner Lyons. As we looked at it today, it looks like there's probably a minimum of 5 staff hours associated with each meeting. And
So
that
5 per month.
and that doesn't count if additional staff support comes to the meeting to support, myself or the other assigned staff member. So the primary staff member is about 5 hours a month, and then we would have some that may come in on top of that. Yeah.
Thank you. So I appreciate the list of potential engagement. I think that's responsive to what we're hearing from the community of some trepidation around, I actually appreciated the term professionalizing this as opposed to utilizing a volunteer board. Is there a way for the commission and the public to be updated on the progress of those efforts that you listed? Like, you know, I guess I see one of the functions of having a regularly scheduled board meeting is there's some level of kind of regular accountability of this work for the staff and the volunteer board. You know, I know when I function professionally, it's helpful to have kind of those regular intervals of accountability. And so I'm curious if you see an opportunity for that kind of accountability without the existence of a monthly board meeting.
Absolutely. As we discussed last meeting, related to a different advisory board, I absolutely have no concerns with checking in with the commission and providing an update, whether it's quarterly or semi-annually on the activities that have kind of taken place in the absence of the board, if we go that way.
I appreciate that suggestion. And then finally, there was some discussion about some kind of tree plan. I don't recall the term that was used.
Comprehensive management plan.
Comprehensive management plan, thank you.
Mhm.
And when I was thinking about that, in the proposed scenario, would you describe to me who would be charged with such an effort? If in the absence of a board, who would be charged with the effort of producing a comprehensive management plan?
Great question. This quite likely is one of those efforts that we would contract out, and then we would have the contractor be supported not only by staff, but then also by a community engagement process as well. I would offer very similar to what we're going through with the downtown master plan or some of those other, you know, kind of planning documents that are a little bit planning and a little bit operational as well.
Okay, that's all for my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Schwartz, I'm just gonna check in and see if there's any questions you have or anything you wanted to offer.
No, not at this time. Thank you.
Okay. So commissioners, we've mostly asked questions and not really deliberated. I don't know, I want to just check in with you and see how you want to proceed. We have like the method where we go through opportunities, challenges, creative solutions, like the different ways of thinking about things, if you want to go that route, or if you just want to deliberate before we make a decision.
Let's freestyle it.
Freestyle it, okay. Everybody good with just. All right, I'm getting nods all around. Thank you for that. I wasn't sure how you'd want to proceed. All right, so who would like to begin the freestyle as Commissioner Lyons?
I mean, I coined it, so I'll start.
Okay, thank you.
This is tough, because I do understand it. I understand the decision to be related to really the executive operation of the city. That said, it's pretty rare that we receive community input that's unanimous. And I recognize that, like, we haven't heard anyone from the community providing input that they think that this board isn't serving the mission of the city. So that makes it challenging. I think I contend that the city manager is acting in good faith and is honest when he offers the opportunities to take on or reallocate some of those community engagement efforts. And again, I said it last meeting, I also understand the And this is for a lack of a better term right now, but the sentimental appreciation of the boards, being a board member, and also a decision maker. I said this 2 weeks ago, having those volunteer hours from the boards really helps me as a decision maker because I can entrust that a good deal of deliberation has been part of those recommendations that come to us from the boards. As I say that though, it's pretty rare that we get recommendations from tree board on the commission. I don't actually recall that happening in my tenure thus far. So all that is to say, I trust the city manager's executive judgment because that's how I see this decision. Chair Newts actually really appreciated your question about what are the policy considerations that might come out of the tree board. And I understood the city manager's response to be very few, very limited. Which, you know, is my experience not having been on the tree board, but having been a decision maker for 2 years. So it's an uncomfortable decision to make, particularly when I'm hearing from the community that they really value the work of the tree board. And I trust the city manager when he tells us that there will be opportunities for continuing that work in ways that will be more effective for the city, for you know, the executive efforts of the city. So I guess I just spoke for a while and gave kind of an ambivalent response, and that's kind of how I feel. And so I guess I can't put a finer point on it than that. Not good.
Thank you for the also demonstration of freestyling, so we have a better idea of what we should be doing up here. Thank you. Other commissioners?
I'll go.
I saw, okay, I saw, I think he was just scratching his face. He's
Okay.
pulling his ear. Okay.
He's telling me to slide.
To slide into third?
No.
Do you want to go ahead, Vice Chair Taylor?
I do, and I apologize, I missed the last meeting, have tried to go back and read notes and other things, sort of freestyling off of Commissioner Lyons, and hitting a few of his same points, but I do have concerns about the way that the board is set up. I think it leaves some liability issues on all of our parts, from the commission, from the executive branch, the staff, and the tree board members themselves. And so that is concerning to me. I really appreciate the tree board members and the love for the board and the work that they do, and how, you know, that they're dedicated and they want to continue working in this arena. I'd like to find a way that better suits that, and that the work that they're doing is actually getting done, or that they're feeling like they're making movement and process and doing things without putting all of us at risk for liability issues. I appreciate Mr. Gager's thoughts about continued public engagement. I would like to see, as you know, as we move forward, and if we make this decision to move away from the board as it currently is, I'd like to see some ad hoc committees set up around some of these projects. I would think that the management plan would be a great place for an ad hoc committee to be as well. Because there's a lot to do around trees, and it's incredibly important. And as all of you have mentioned, you know, our tree canopy is really important to the city. Because of climate change, we need to continue to put trees on the streets and around our homes. I heard a friend say to me the other day that she had found an interesting fact that in some communities where where there's, in low income communities, they're pushing to put trees around, more trees in the city and around the homes and on the boulevards because those folks can't afford air conditioning. And, you know, with climate change, there's a need for more air conditioning and trees, and the proper use of your windows near doors can act as air conditioning without it. And so I think it's really important that we continue to work on our urban forest and continue to put trees in the city and care for the trees that we have. I really want to see continued public engagement. I think we have a lot of dedicated folks on the tree board that really do want to work in that space. And I hope that we would be able to bring them in with ad hoc committees or other ways to do this work. It's tough. I mean, it's really hard to sit here and you know, and as Commissioner Lyons said, everyone wants us to keep this board. I'm concerned about our liability and the liability for everyone involved. And I hate to put people in that position, and we need to be thoughtful about that. My thoughts.
All right, it's my turn. Thank you.
Mhm.
Did you have anything you wanted to add? Did you say what you needed to say?
No,
first? You're good? Okay.
Yeah.
I want to acknowledge a couple things first. I do want to acknowledge that there are people in opposition to the tree board. We do have a public comment of a tree board member who's in opposition to the tree board saying, so I think it's just important to, while the people that came tonight are in support, there are people out there that are opposed, and I don't want their voices to be erased either. And these will probably all be in the minutes.
Yes.
All these, so the public can have access to these comments as well. And I want to acknowledge Marshall Swearingen, who was, I believe, the previous two chairs back, who I believe is who was referenced earlier. It said someone said former chair, but the most recent former chair is, I believe, not who you were referencing. Okay. Marshall did do a lot of work on an ash borer plan. So just to know that there are some documents out there, a couple years old. I don't know the best science. I don't know how the situation has changed, but just know that there's some information out there that has come to the city previously. We've talked a little bit about liability with the roles of executive versus legislative functions. One of the things we haven't talked about that I'm concerned about with liability is having volunteers in our community, regular citizens in charge of things like hazard trees and making those decisions. I feel like that could be from a risk perspective. I don't know that they would be covered by city insurance if something happened. That would be something that I would be concerned about. You know, if you have thoughts on that, I'm happy to have you comment. I believe that it's probably the case that city staff are protected by insurance and their decisions in a way that might be different than a volunteer in the community making a decision if something tragic were to happen is that correct, Mr. Gage?
That is correct.
Okay. So I just want to acknowledge that is another layer of liability that we haven't openly discussed. That's on my mind. I also want to acknowledge that the people on the tree board are awesome and they have really good ideas. And one of the hardest things for me the last 2 years has been to hear good ideas that don't go anywhere because of the way the board is set up. It's not set up for ideas to be able to flow to the executive branch. And that has been probably one of the most painful things is, knowing that the structure, not the people on the board and not the people in the city, but the way that the board is set up is what's preventing action. Because by definition, it would put the commissioners in conflict with our manager because we don't direct staff. And so I would love it if there was a way where a structure could occur that these folks that have these great list of ideas could move them forward directly with you and your staff, and it could be more free flowing and things could move more quickly and not just have it feel so stuck. And I also want to acknowledge, since I think it's important to acknowledge all the things, Mr. Gager, you have a strong positive record of public engagement in the last year. And that's an important part of this decision as well. I know Commissioner Lyons talked about trusting your executive decision-making, but also you have demonstrated to us that when we say we want public engagement, you bring it in lots of ways that the city hasn't done in the past. And it's been received well by the public. And everybody I've heard in the public talk about public engagement has nothing negative to say and only positive things to say about public engagement with the executive branch under your leadership. So I think that's another thing that we need to be recognizing is that it opens up more possibilities. So just giving credit to all the people where it's due, I think is important. So I think that this is hard and everybody's really invested in wanting what is best for our community. I personally feel like it's important for our public engagement to be growing as our community grows and to be responsive to our community is today. I'm not sure that the board, the way it's set up at the time that it was created is representative of Livingston today. And I also want to invite the possibility that if it doesn't work, if we try something new and it doesn't work, that we can come back as a commission and we can figure out a better way to do it if we try something new and the new thing doesn't work. But this isn't, if we try something new and it's a total fail and we're like, whoops, we need to try something different again, we can do that. We can give it some time, but these aren't decisions that are fixed for eternity. So, Commissioner Schwartz, is there anything you want to add before we vote?
No, thanks for the lively discussion. I echo everyone's sentiments as well. And like you said, if this doesn't work out, we can always go back to a board, but I have complete confidence in the executive, with management being able to handle this. And as Carrie said, as needed, ad hoc committees, which are probably a lot less cumbersome and stuff like that, as needed when the need arises. So thank you, I appreciate it. Especially everybody that's served on the board since its inception in 2002.
Thank you, Commissioner Schwartz. All right, so we have a motion by Schwartz and a second by Friedman. Are we ready to vote? All right, roll call, please.
Chair Newts,
4.
Vice Chair Kale,
4.
Commissioner Friedman, 4, Commissioner Lyons, 4, Commissioner Schwartz.
4.
Motion passes. Next on the agenda is ordinance number 3048, an ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Livingston, Montana, amending Chapter 27, City Planning Board of the Livingston Municipal Code by renaming the chapter Consolidated Land Board and generally revising the provisions thereof. Mr. Gager.
Thank you, Chair Newts. The item before you is an item that was discussed in the last meeting. And as I noted at that time, was in response to 2023 Senate Bill 130 that was passed by the Montana legislature, which specifically allowed the consolidation of memberships of a planning board and zoning commission. And as we had talked last week, there are certainly some potential advantages from such a consolidation. And so we at a staff level, we did bring this to a coincidentally, we had a joint meeting of the planning board and the zoning commission last week related to the downtown master plan. And we had a conversation with the joint membership that was present for that meeting. And I will say there was a general awareness of the kind of inextricable linkage of the work of the planning board relative to the zoning commission, insofar as the policy created at the zoning commission really does inform and shape the applications that are put forward to the planning board. And so I was encouraged that the membership seemed to share that thought that really the work of both boards is linked in some ways. And there was a bit of a frustration, it seemed, maybe frustration is too strong a word, but there was just a bit of a discomfort that there were times when the planning board, recognized that, zoning provisions were a little bit outside of their hand. And similarly, I think there was a recognition that the zoning commission felt that maybe they were a little bit powerless on some of the planning issues. And so I think everybody the general consensus was that the membership of either board kind of struggled with their limitations. And so, I think at a staff level, we do see value in combining the membership of the two boards. I think in addition to an easier management process with 7 members on one board relative to multiple members, there's also the issue of really training and that level of kind of subject matter expertise that would, I think, be enabled by having a board that really sees both halves of the development picture here in the city of Livingston. Again, setting the rules for development at the zoning commission, and then actually hearing the applications at the planning board. And so as we've worked with Cody Markser and her team from Great West Engineering, who you may recall from the Community Technical Assistance Program, I believe we'll have them back here to a coming meeting to discuss their findings. But as we talked about their draft findings, this was one item that we chatted about, and they noted that many other communities in the state of Montana employ these consolidated boards, because while SB 130 did explicitly make consolidation of memberships allowed, the consolidation or having similar membership on both boards was inherently allowed, if not explicitly. And so it is a format that other communities have had success with within the state of Montana. It is one that I'm familiar with from other areas, and really the largest concern expressed by the membership last week was related to workload. And so as we dug in, I've been here now 13 months, or for 13 months worth of meetings anyway. And in that time, we've received 4 applications that have gone before the planning board, 2 subdivisions and 2 special exception reviews, which in that situation would have left the other 9 months to manage the policy aspects of either the zoning commission or the planning board. And so at first blush, it does seem like it will not be an extreme workload for a consolidated board. And so we at a staff level do see value in the consolidation, and so I'll stand for any questions you may have.
Thank you. Any questions? I'll ask a question.
Okay.
So our boards were consolidated when I first got on the commission. It wasn't that long ago that the boards separated. Did you happen to get a sense from staff when you talked to them? Because we have a lot of staff, I think, with a lot of experience with the consolidated board right here in Livingston. Did you get any insight on how it's been with one board combined and 2 separate boards? Like
Yes.
how that has been, or what would be?
Yeah, I think staff's preference is to move to a consolidated board. We have some new staff, the planning director who comes from an area where she is familiar with a consolidated board. And then we've got some other more seasoned staff that has been here almost 31 years and seen all different arrangements that we've had in that time. And without speaking for that staff member, he's indicated to me that it probably is preferable for us to merge the board's membership, especially as we move forward with the planned unit development ordinance. That you may recall that ordinance does require applications to move through both boards. And so I think having a consolidated membership provides a more coherent path for those applications to move through the approval process, both for the city, the community, as well as the applicant.
Okay. And I don't know, there might have been another commissioner here that was on the planning board. I don't remember if Commissioner Schwartz was, but it did allow for some fluidity in information requests and clarifying questions, having staff be able to respond to both zoning and planning. Okay. Thank you for that, getting that insight. I might have been the only commissioner that was on that board then here. You were never on the planning board?
No, on the planning board, no.
Okay.
You were on the consolidated board.
Yeah, I was when I first came on the commission. In 2018. I believe it was, I went right on to that board, I think, in either late 2018 or early 2019 until they were separated. All right, so, and no more questions from the commission?
No.
So do you have a motion on ordinance 3048?
I'll move to approve the first reading of ordinance 3048 and authorize the chair to sign.
I'll second it. Motion by Lyons and a second by Kale. I'll open to public comment now. I'll start in the room and then I'll go online. So if there's anybody in the room that would like to comment on ordinance 3048, you're welcome. Good evening, Stacy.
Good evening. I'm signing in.
Thank you.
So, I can start now. My name is Stacy Jovic, 410 South 8th Livingston, and I am the current chair of the Livingston Planning Board. I have served for 4 years this coming February and spent 2020 working on the Livingston growth policy after the consultant's version was deemed lacking. We had meetings that were 4 hours long every 2 weeks for 4 months, crafting every word. We were led by Chair Jesse Wilcox, and City Planner Menard was our resource person. We became a team. We might have disagreed or gotten off track, but we listened respectfully to each other. And it was hard, but in the end, we felt valued as a community member for our input. My concern for the joint board is that there won't be that give and take between the staff and the new board. I worry that the city has taken on so many projects that the people connections are getting lost. The city says that they will do more of the zoning work on the overhaul of the city codes, which is like redoing the growth policy in magnitude, and that they have hired a consultant to do the work. Let's just make sure to keep in mind that the necessary collaboration needed from the city staff, the consultant, and the community members' consolidated land use board. I caution you not to forget the process of team building and relationship building between both the city and the boards. This takes time, and I worry that in our rush to get to the next thing, we are not fully embracing our public boards with enough respect and collaboration. Thanks.
Thank you, Stacy. Is there anyone else in the room that would like to give comment on ordinance 3048? All right, I'm gonna look online. Is there anyone online that would like to give comment on ordinance 3048? I don't see anything. All right. So public comment on ordinance 3048 is closed. Commissioners. I can go first.
I started the freestyle on
I can start this one if you'd like. Mr. Gager, hearing what you had to say at the board meeting is reminding me so much of when we had the conversation about splitting the boards, and the manager at the time had said it was a legal necessity to comply with state code. And so I'm fondly remembering why people did not want the boards to split. And so it was it's taken me back to that time, hearing you say what they said at that meeting recently is a reminder of why they never wanted the boards to split in the first place. I think that our boards have done a good job being flexible and responsive to the to the state codes, which seem to be ever changing, but it's a good reminder of what they were saying at the time. And there were other commissioners. I know that Commissioner Schwartz and Commissioner Friedman were here for that, even if they weren't on the planning board, so they might remember some of those conversations also. It's also very helpful to hear what the workload is like, because it's less overwhelming than I thought it would be. I would like to get maybe a little bit of clarification. I don't think that the zoning overhaul is redoing the growth policy. They seem a little bit different to me in that they are both policy, and I'll acknowledge that. But if you could maybe clarify, that could be helpful, because I think if the perception is that the zoning update is the same as the growth policy, I think the community would be rightfully concerned. But if we haven't done this before, so could you clarify like the difference between the zoning work and why we'd use consultants and what that means for public engagement and if that's how that fits with our growth policy. Thanks.
No, absolutely. That's a great question. And they are two very different undertakings. The growth policy really is a comprehensive look at where the community is now and where the community would like to be and addresses, those statutorily required areas. And there are quite a few of those. So, that type of long-range planning document that incorporates community vision is a significantly different undertaking than a review of the zoning code. And what we're looking at with the zoning code, is really kind of the definitions of all of those districts, the allowable uses of all of those districts. And then some of those other dimensional requirements with districts related to lot sizes and setbacks that really kind of shape the rules of the game for the development community, if you will. And so it is a bit more technical in nature. And it is certainly there's ample room for community feedback there, but it's a little bit less of a visioning document that encourages the community to think broadly about, 5 or 10 years into the future and really is more writing the rules of the game for development for how we accomplish those goals that are outlined in the growth policy, in part because not all goals are dealt with through the zoning code. And so we have not, to be clear, we have not hired that consultant yet. We are preparing the scope of work now that we've gotten the work back from the Community Technical Assistance Program. So we're preparing the scope of work and hoping to send an RFP out here in the coming weeks for that. And then, like I said, there will be a community process that in our mind runs through the zoning commission in whatever form that takes. And we will have recommended text amendments that will come out of that will work their way again through the zoning commission and then up through you folks to address things like, allowable uses and allowable densities and, kind of building standards.
Thank you. I think that's really helpful. The one point I think really needs to be made and can't be overstated tonight is I agree with the planning board chair, Stacy Jovic, who is talking about how important trust is with our community and a relationship between the citizens and government and just community building and having a government that really works for us and is shaped by us. I think that's true for every board we've talked about ever and for all things that the commission and the city does. So I don't think that can be overstated, that whatever we think is enough, we probably need to do a little bit more, or whatever goal we set, we probably need to reach a little bit further to be anywhere near close to what the community expects from us. So I think that's an excellent invitation to engage with this fabulous community. And I feel optimistic about this year and optimistic about seeing our growth policy go from a document to working its way into code in all of the places. And if this is a mechanism to help that move forward, that is something I can support. Anybody else want to offer comment?
I'll go. I'm looking more at the actual updated ordinance here that would change this to the City Consolidated Land Use Board. I have a couple questions and thoughts. So it says here at the beginning, it looks like if we consolidated the boards, that we would be removing a commissioner from the membership. I'm concerned about that. I do like the idea that we have one of the elected commissioners on the board. I think that it's helpful. I think it's helpful for several different reasons. One, I think it's helpful for the board to have a commissioner there. And also, I think it's also really helpful for us. I found it really helpful to have a commissioner on that board to sort of relay back, what was going on in that meeting, what the thinking was, what the thought process was. I find that really helpful in our decision making. And so I kind of question that. And then also I see that we're leaving that we may, that a city employee may stay on the board. And I sort of wonder about that only because we have, obviously staff is there with the board, working with the board, and I wonder, do we really need an additional city employee on that board? So those are sort of some things that stuck out to me. Page 73 and A. Those are some things that stuck out to me that caused me pause. That I would maybe like to reconsider if this is the direction we decide to go. So I think that was sort of the first of what I had to say. Second, I would just like to really acknowledge Stacy and the planning board for all the work that they did during the growth policy. I sat through a lot of those meetings as well. And the amount of work and teamwork that board did, that included Commissioner Lyons and Commissioner Newt, who was not Commissioner Lyons was not a commissioner at the time, was quite incredible. And I do want to acknowledge that work and the teamwork that you all did was incredible. I'm hoping, and I'm assuming, and maybe I shouldn't assume, but as you stated, Mr. Gager, that the zoning update would be a lot smoother than that growth policy process. That we'll get a contractor that will do a better job than the initial contractor we got for the growth policy. And I do feel like that zoning update is more implementation of the growth policies. We're not rewriting the growth policy, but also just making sure that our ordinances and our zoning is talking correctly to each other and not against each other. I know that there are several other communities in our state that do a consolidated land board, Bozeman being one of them. And I know that Bozeman does a lot of land use planning, more than we probably do. But I am cognizant of workload for those volunteers because it is not their full-time job, and nor should it be. And so workload gives me pause, but I'll stop there.
Thank you. Other commissioners? Commissioner Schwartz, do you have anything? No. Any other commissioners? Commissioner Lyons?
I appreciate Vice Chair Kale acknowledging the work that went into the growth policy effort. And I also appreciate a recognition from the public. I mean, you're not the public, from the chair of the planning board, that there's been a lot of work outside of just those products that we produce to create a culture and come up with a board that is being productive and that is willing to put in those exorbitant volunteer hours. It's not just those hours, and it's not just the documents that we send to the commission that's an important part of the work that the planning board's done. So I appreciate that comment. And I'll do my best to characterize what I heard in that joint discussion. I think that I think I heard concern about workload, which has been mentioned thus far. I think in parallel to what we've heard about the tree board, there's concern about a reduction in the opportunities for public engagement. And that's something that, I find to be critical and something that gives me pause here. And then I think, and I'm listing the kind of the comments on the negative side to start. I think some caution was also attributed to the expertise that each respective board has garnered in their work so far. And so, but then I think there was also acknowledgement from the majority of folks who were contributing to the conversation of the potential for efficiency and synergy of bringing those efforts together. And I think also there was an acknowledgement, as Mr. Gager mentioned, of some challenges related to the careful guardrails on the purview of each respective board, and how they're really the work of the zoning commission is directly affected by the work of the planning board and vice versa. And as I've considered all of those comments, something that I think when you think about it as you have a board of 9 members and you have a board of, is it 7 on the zoning commission? That in order to create a single board, you are reducing membership. And so there are individuals who would like to contribute to that process, who, if they decide, if we make this decision to combine those boards and they decide to apply for those positions, there are individuals whose ability to contribute to our community will be reduced. And I think when you think about it that way, when you think about it from an individual perspective, there's potential for loss there. When you think about it in terms of what the boards can do, if I were to be a self-interested planning board member solely, and I were to expect to continue in a consolidated board, I would actually see that as an expansion of the purview of that board. And I think that one could consider that, could see it similarly from the zoning commission, is in becoming part of this consolidated board, you're in fact, there's been an expansion of the purview of that board. So the individual functions of both of those boards will be combined. So we're not talking about eliminating any function of advisory boards to the commission. So I think that's like, when I was able to see it that way, that gave me personally a little bit of clarity on the issue. There's another term that I found very apt that Mr. Gager used, which was coherence. And when I, as a trained planner, think about how do you take a vision document like the growth policy and implement it in terms of actual practice in the city, a huge chunk of that implementation comes through zoning code. And we had contributions from the zoning commission in that growth policy process. But it really does feel from the side of the planning board, it really does feel like the planning board is very constrained in the implementation of the growth policy. An example of that is when, after having gone through that growth policy process, and we get applications for subdivisions, and we think about what the vision of that growth policy was, and we intend to apply that vision of the growth policy, and then we go and look at the actual code through which we need to apply our land use decisions, and it hasn't actually caught up to that vision of the growth policy. That's a problem from the side of the planning board. Now, it's also a shortcoming of the commission as well. We make those decisions also. But in order to be effective in helping to move forward that implementation of the growth policy, I do actually see this as helping with that coherence. As much as it pains me, and I mentioned this 2 weeks ago, as much as it pains me to think about the potential individual loss for those board members, and I can really empathize with all of the boards, but particularly in this decision, because I've participated in the planning board for nearly 3 years now. There's a tremendous amount of pride in contributing to these boards. And the thought of that loss that some folks will feel, is something that's quite salient to me and that is not lost on me. So I listened very carefully in our combined meeting. And I think that in that meeting, there were points made on both sides. The one that personally, I'm most concerned about really is the two, is just the potential for loss of opportunity for community engagement of having, instead of having 2 monthly meetings, we're having 1 monthly meeting. And then also, I forgot what number 2 was. But basically, I think that if you think about it in terms of expanding the purview of both of those boards by unifying them, that helps me to really see the benefit of this. And I think that there is potential efficiency, while I also acknowledge the fact that, you know, to speak to that culture that we were talking about, it will require building a new one. And that's not ideal. You know, there's loss of institutional knowledge in the potential for leaving some folks out of the mix. And there's a loss of the culture that Chair Jovic has helped to build. So those are not insignificant things. But I see upside as well, and potentially more upside than down, not to diminish the down. I will also echo, I have yet to yield, Vice Chair Kale's mention of the membership. I think that's an important thing to get right, if we decide to move forward. I yield now.
Thank you, Mr. Lyons. I want to check in with Commissioner Schwartz. Make sure if there's anything you want to say, because I want to say something else, but I want to still be able to take a turn first.
I couldn't add anything more to that than what Tori covered. Very good. Good job, my friend.
Okay. I want to circle back. Thank you for marking that. I agree with you on part of it. I have a couple thoughts. So the city commissioner, I actually, as a commissioner that was previously on the planning board, I will say that I do think that it was an awkward position to be in before deliberating with the commission. And part of being a commissioner is allowing all the public to comment before we make a vote. And so if a commissioner is in a position where they're on the planning board and they vote on something before it's voted on at the commission, it can sometimes be just a difficult spot to be in, that it's maybe not ideal. One thought is, by the commissioner not being on that board, it does open up a spot for the public, which maximizes the individual contribution to the board while still leaving the final decision with the commission. So it doesn't change the role of the commissioners. Perhaps it could be a situation where the commissioner attends but doesn't vote, like many of our boards. There might be something to work around there if we're looking for maximum contribution of individuals. On that same note, I agree with you that I don't think we need an employee of the city of Livingston voting on a planning board. Ideally, from my perspective, I'll check in with you, Mr. Gager. Ideally, department heads and staff are having ample time to weigh in on planning board and zoning commission issues before it ever makes it to a board. And so if there was anything of major concern from particular departments, we would hear about that at the board and the commission before votes. Is that correct?
That is correct, and I may also add that it is my intention and kind of has been our practice to have all staff available for these larger deliberations. And so, yes, I'm confident that the Consolidated Land Use Board, whatever its composition, will have ample access to staff experts.
And to be clear, when I was first on the planning board, we often had no staff attending the meetings. And so a way to ensure staff coming to the meetings was by having a vote, and that's how we got feedback from staff. Obviously, a whole lot has changed in the last 5 years, and so it's not that way anymore. But I just want to recognize that I think that's part of the story, the origin story of why we got to the place with staff in a meeting. So if we omitted the commission seat and the staff seat, we would be maximizing the number of individual people from the community on the board to diversify that board before it ever came to the commission. Also, just one thought if we're thinking about that membership. I do want to highlight one other thing that I failed to mention earlier. On the next page, page 74, letter C, so it's section 27-4, part C, the secretary. I am not a fan of the way this is written, that the board shall have the power and duty to delegate to staff authority to perform ministerial acts in all cases. I fear that this will put us in a position once again where we have community members directing staff because it's laid out in code. I would prefer we do it. I prefer we move forward like other boards where staff is the secretary and we don't have. Did you want to speak to that, Mr. Gager?
Yes, thank you. I flagged the similar concern, and actually it was explained to me by a staff member, what's really meant there is there are certain times with the preparation of findings of fact and then also just signing documents as they come through, where at times the board does delegate, final plat signature or other things like that to the planning director. And so that's why that was kept in. I do share your concern of, and maybe we just need to wordsmith it a little bit there.
Okay, so you're saying like it'd be through a vote of the planning board and that's what triggers the signature?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
maybe there's a way to reword it because the board shall have the power to delegate to staff is concerning, giving the history of what we know about governments all over the place with people wanting to delegate things to staff. That's not a Livingston issue, that's just a human issue, I think. Okay, I would want to flag that. And then commissioners, Vice Chair Kale brought up something that we should be addressing and that Commissioner Lyons also underscored and I spoke to, which is the membership of the board. So I said my piece, would like to go next.
I will push back and just say I do like the idea of a city commissioner on that board. Other communities are doing it. Bozeman does it. They do have a city commissioner on their Consolidated Land Use Board. I do think that there's some, I think it's helpful. I think it's helpful for the board to hear kind of where the commission is at potentially. And sort of how things are working. Yeah, I would be curious to hear what Commissioner Lyons has to say.
I want to give the other commissioners a chance also. But yeah, whoever would like to go next. Yeah, Commissioner Lyons.
Chairness, I hear and appreciate your point of the commissioner, or I mean, this isn't a hypothetical. In my case, serving on the planning board, I make a vote. I take a vote on a land use decision there. And then that is part of a recommendation to the commission in which I make a vote again. I recognize I hear your point about that. Given the fact that the vote on the board and is a recommendation to the commission, it's not an actual decision, but it's a recommendation about a decision. I think that my experience on both sides of this has been. I've been able to provide, and this, again, this is my perspective, but I've been able to provide. To the planning board, kind of some of the considerations that might be like outside of the scope of the single decision that the planning board is making. And then a part of it that you all have experienced when we have these land use discussions, I can report on how those decisions were come to on the planning board. So I see a benefit of having a commissioner. Mr. Gager or somebody, I actually don't remember, somebody suggested the potential of a commission member not voting. You know, I actually don't think that those two benefits that I described require a vote for me on the planning board. You know, I'm reporting on kind of the higher level strategic considerations from the commission to the planning board. And then I shed some insight of how those decisions came to be when we have the discussion on the commission. None of those benefits necessarily require my vote on the planning board. And so I wouldn't object to that proposed solution. And you know, given my experience, I have a particular interest in the decisions happening on the planning board. But I think absent of that background, I do see a lot of benefit of that kind of institutionalized connection between the planning board or whatever its iteration becomes and the commission. And you know, we have membership of commissioners on a lot of boards, and I imagine that's the reason for that. And I don't think that foregoing those opportunities would be advisable when it comes to something as critical as land use decisions. So I don't feel strongly about the vote, but I would say I feel strongly about and you know, a formalized participation in whatever the board.
And that was me. There's quite a few of our boards that commissioners appointed, but not a voting member.
And that seems totally fine.
Would you mind speaking to the employee bit too before we finish?
Sure. You know, kind of for a similar reason. I think that an employee member does kind of have the opportunity to offer some like organizational background that the public might not be aware of and that the commission might not be aware of. However, I also see there being ample opportunity in the planning director sharing that context, or the planning director inviting that additional context when it's necessary. And I guess that potential benefit I see being achieved a little bit more easily without a formalized position included in the board, particularly, you know, with the constraint of potentially only 7 members, and we're potentially leaving a number of existing members out in the cold. Any opportunities to open up some of those seats for whomever might be able to bring the right level of expertise, I think that would be a good opportunity.
Thank you. Any other commissioners? Okay, so I'm just gonna reflect.
Mhm.
And see if we're all on the same page. So excuse me, so it sounds like what we're talking about is an 8-member board. 1 member being an appointed non-voting commission member. And then 7 members. Citizen members appointed by the city commission who shall be residents of the city of Livingston, et cetera. Yeah, Commissioner Lyons.
The even number of total board
So-
members. Brings up, maybe an issue of quorum.
Okay, so we have, if we did 7 voting members,
Mhm.
the 8th being a commissioner, and then we need clarification on the quorum number.
Mhm.
Since it's an even, so clarification on point D. And then also clarification on the secretary role on point C, where the board shall have the power to delegate authority to staff. So are we all on the same page that we want 8 members? 7 are voting, the 8th is a non-voting commission member. Staff not on the board. And then clarity on point C, so the board shall being cleaned up, and then the quorum being more clearly defined if it's an even number board.
Yeah, and I think it's pretty easy to fix that by just saying a majority of voting members.
Okay, okay, I'm gonna check in with our manager. Mr. Gager, does that? Are you following or saying, and is there any clarity you can offer?
No, absolutely. It's crystal clear to me. I think that it is a very workable solution that accomplishes all of the goals. And I am happy to go back and clarify the final sentence under 27-4C related to the secretary, to really kind of clarify what ministerial acts are. And really, I guess, limit the scope of that. Would be happy to make those changes.
Thank you. Okay. Commissioners, I'm gonna just check in with you really quick to make sure, did I miss anything before we move forward? I see Commissioner Schwartz leaning in.
Sounds good.
Okay, everybody else? That's what I was gonna
Okay.
ask next. I wanted to check in with you guys first. Okay. Do we need to make an amend the motion?
Yes, I think that, really a clarification or an amendment, to incorporate the changes as discussed, would give us the clarity to move forward. And bring us back for a second reading.
You want me to do it since I just wrote it down? The motion
Sure.
to amend, okay. So we did public comment already, okay, so I'll make a motion to amend the changes. Yeah, did I write that down right? Amend the changes as discussed,
Amend the ordinance to incorporate the changes as
amend
discussed.
the ordinance.
We
To
can't do
make,
this.
okay, so I'll make a motion to amend I'll make a
We have
motion.
talked about it.
What?
Chair Jovic. Offered a question.
Yeah, so I want to amend the motion to I'm sorry, that threw me. Amend the ordinance to make the changes as discussed. Okay, so I'm gonna make a motion to amend the ordinance to make the changes as discussed.
I'll second that.
Motion by Newts and a second by Kale. Roll call, please.
Chair Newts,
4.
Vice Chair Kale,
Four.
Commissioner Friedman. 4. Commissioner Lyons. 4. Commissioner Schwartz.
4.
Motion to amend passes. Now, we'll be voting on the motion that is amended, so. Making a motion to approve the first reading of ordinance 3048 with the amendments of the ordinance. I'm sorry, amending the ordinance to make the changes as discussed and authorize the chair to sign. Okay, roll call, please.
Chair Newts,
4.
Vice Chair Kale,
4.
Commissioner Friedman.
4.
Commissioner Lyons.
4.
Commissioner Schwartz.
4.
Motion passes. Now I'd like to make a motion for a 10-minute break, please.
I'll second that.
So, motion by Newt and a second by Kale. All in favor, say aye.
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 5-0, see you in 10 minutes. So we are done with the ordinances and we're moving on, oh no, yeah, we're done with the ordinances, we're moving on to resolutions. No, you're good. So first up is resolution 5120, resolution of the city commission of the city of Livingston, Montana. Of its intent to amend the budget for fiscal year 2022 through 2023 by making appropriation adjustments in the amount of $2,631,557 and revenue adjustments in the amount of $3,635,965. Mr. Gager.
Thank you, Chair Newts. The item before the commission this evening is, as you noted, to amend the fiscal year 2022-2023 budget. To be clear, that is the budget year that ended on June 30th, 2023. And the reason for this change and Finance Director Paige Federhoff is here should you have any questions that I can't explain. But the reason for this change really is that we received more revenue than anticipated in the budget. And similarly, we expended more dollars than were anticipated in the budget. And the majority of that work is related to the sewer improvements in the Green Acres neighborhood that were funded through an ARPA grant. And we accomplished the work maybe a bit more quickly than we expected with some outside money that wasn't initially anticipated. And so that is the reason for the change. And as I said, Director Federhoff and I will stand for any questions you may have.
Thank you. Commissioners, do you have any clarifying questions?
No.
No one has any questions for you or Director Federhoff. My apologies. How about a motion from the commission?
I will make a motion to approve resolution number 5120 and authorize the chair to sign the resolution.
Second.
Motion by Kale and a second by Friedman. Public comment on resolution 5120. We'll start with people in the room. Anybody in the room want to comment? Nope. How about online? I don't see anyone. Okay. Public comment on resolution 5120 is now closed. Commissioners. Deliberation? Freestyling? No budget freestyle tonight?
It's all numbers.
Well,
Yeah, I would agree that it's best not to freestyle budget numbers. I think that's good call.
I would agree with that.
Commissioner Schwartz, do you have anything you'd like to? All right. Are we ready for a vote?
Yes, ma'am.
We're ready for a vote. Roll call, please.
All right, Chair Newts,
4.
Vice Chair Kale,
4.
Commissioner Friedman,
4.
Commissioner Lyons, 4, Commissioner Schwartz.
4.
Motion passes. Next up, resolution 5121, a resolution of the city of Livingston, Montana, declaring certain items as surplus and authorizing their disposal. Mr. Gager.
Thank you, Chair Newts. The item for the commission is to declare some equipment in the police department surplus, and we are talking specifically about one of the K9 units. One of the handlers recently put in his notice of separation from the city. He is returning to another Montana city where he has family located. And so with the departure of that member from the Livingston Police Department, we will be down a handler. And so in talking to both the recently retired police chief as well as the acting police chief, it was determined that the city's police operations would not be adversely impacted with the loss of the K9, given that we have a second K9 unit in operation. And so the recommendation here from staff is to declare the K9 surplus and put it up for sale. And so I will stand for any questions you have.
I'll just start with the question, if that's all right then.
No,
When you, people rightly will be curious to know what it means when a police dog is going up for sale. Can you offer some clarity? Because I believe there's a lot of rules around this,
Yeah.
and so. That would be
Thank you. I
Yeah.
recognized as I kind of ended there that I did leave some ambiguity in the conversation there. To be clear, the intent of the city is to sell the dog to the handler who is trained with the animal, rather than putting a new officer through the training course. And so, yes, we would dispose of the animal to its trained handler. They have that relationship. And I can offer anecdotally, it does seem in all likelihood that this animal and this handler will likely be employed in law enforcement in the state of Montana in the future. That arrangement, to my knowledge, has not been, cemented at this point.
Okay.
Yeah.
And disposed of is just a technical term that doesn't mean anything terrifying to people who love dogs.
It is a
Yeah.
legal term for Montana code
Yeah.
annotated. Yes, absolutely. The dog is in great shape and we expect it will continue to live a nice, healthy life.
Yeah, and work. Probably. Okay. Thank you for clarifying that. Commissioners, any other clarifying questions?
How does one come up with the cost of a canine?
Oh, fantastic question. So this canine actually came to the city through a grant from the Montana Board of Crime Control. And so the city actually has not incurred any cost in the acquisition of the animal. We did incur cost in the training of the handler. And so the finance director and I have reviewed those costs and will initiate a discussion with the handler on recouping some of that, prorated costs to the city.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions from other commissioners? Commissioner Lyons?
So this, this decision includes an assumption of, the dog going with its handler. Is that correct?
It is the city's intention to engage in a transaction with the handler for the dog. Again, it's a very specialized and highly trained dog. The specific temperament of this dog leads us to believe that leaving this dog with this handler is the right move at this point. And so it is our intention to attempt to transfer the dog to this specific handler rather than putting it out to other enforcement agencies across the state.
Thank you. That's all.
Thank you. Commissioner Schwartz, do you have anything you want to ask before we move forward? Okay, great. How about a motion on resolution 5121?
I move to approve resolution 5121 and authorize the chair to sign.
Second,
Motion by Keel and a second by Friedman. Public comment will start in the room. Is there anyone who wants to give comment on resolution 5121? No, we're good. Okay. Online, anyone? Comment on resolution 5121? All right, I don't see anything. All right, public comment is closed for resolution 5121. Deliberation. I'll begin then. I will say, first, thank you to the service of the officer and I guess we call dogs, we call them officers. Also, yeah, so the officers, and then, I am glad to hear that the intention is to keep the two of them together. It sounds like anybody forms a special bond with a dog, but particularly when they're working dogs, it sounds like it's a next level sort of partnership. So thank you for your intention to keep them together. I think, while I know people in the community love the police dogs, we also want the dogs to be in really good care. So thank you for this. And I think that it's something I can support. Other commissioners? Anything you want to add? Commissioner Schwartz, anything? Are we ready to vote? All right. Ready? Right, so we have a motion by Kale. Second by Friedman. Roll call, please.
Chair Newts,
4.
Vice Chair Kale,
4.
Commissioner Friedman,
For,
Commissioner Lyons,
Or,
Commissioner Schwartz.
4.
Motion passes. Next on the agenda are action items. First up is a city, excuse me, first up, action item A, selection of a new city logo. Mr. Gager.
Thank you, Chair Newts. The item before you is the continuation of a discussion that began in April of this year with the commission. And we have been through several iterations of the logo, and you may recall at our most recent meeting in October, the commission narrowed down the list of possible logos to 2 finalists, and then provided direction to staff to work with the graphic design team to refine those 2 concepts based on the commission's comments. And so included in the packet is a summary of those 2 concepts, as well as the 3 variations. And I will, for the benefit of folks at home, I will share those concepts with you folks. And as I prepare that, I will note that the city conducted a survey over the last week, and before us are the 2 concepts. And so the city conducted a poll in the last week related to these 2 concepts, and there were 3 variations of each concept that were provided by the design team. I can report that as of earlier today, the city had received 601 responses to the question of which concept logo is more preferable. And 58% of the community preferred concept 2, which has the writing outside of the circle, if I may just use that differentiation. So again, 58% of the community favored concept 2. And when we 58% of the 601 respondents, I will say, and given a choice of concept 1, variation 1A, that is shown in the red box, was the preferred concept version of variant of 1, and concept 2, option 3, as shown here in the red box, was the preferred variant. I can say that option or concept 2C received the most overall votes of any variant. And so I will stand for any questions the commission may have.
Thank you. Commissioners. Questions? And this is just a mask process question real quick. So you're looking for feedback and a motion potentially tonight?
If it pleases the commission.
Okay.
To designate one of the concepts before you. And to be clear, there are 2 different concepts, 3 variants for each. So, 6 possibilities here. But if recognizing that we are in a artistic process, if none of these concepts or variants are pleasing to the commission, staff would certainly welcome any thoughts that the commission wanted to offer.
Thank you for that.
May I ask that?
Yes, please, go ahead.
Process question. I'm just wondering, can we have a little, would it be possible? I know this isn't sort of our usual order, but I don't know that we really have many clarifying questions, but I would almost rather have a discussion before we make a motion.
Right,
Maybe
yes.
deliberate a little bit.
So we can, what I was thinking, if the commission wants, we could also do public comment first before a motion. If that works for the manager. If that, okay,
Madam Chair,
yes.
I just
Thank you.
have one clarifying question, if I could, when it's time.
It's time, it's all you.
I've heard complaints that why don't we give it to somebody local to design and stuff like that? Maybe perhaps Mr. Gager could elaborate how we go about putting this out.
Thank you. That's a good clarifying question.
Thank you, Commissioner Schwartz. As you know, the city has a procurement policy, and we did put this one out through a request for proposal process. The city, it's my recollection that we received, I believe, 9 proposals. One of those was from a local firm. We did send the RFP directly to at least 3 local firms. 2 of them indicated that they were too busy to respond. A third one did respond, and that proposal was evaluated against all of the others. An evaluation team composed of city staff representatives from each department ultimately deliberated and recommended Abbey Agency for award. That award was approved by you folks earlier this year, and so Abbey Agency has the contract as the result of a competitive procurement process.
Yeah, thank you for that. And thank you, Commissioner Schwartz, for that.
Yeah, thank you.
You still
I
have.
yield. I yield.
Okay. Other commissioners do, yeah, Commissioner Lyons.
This could be a color problem for me.
Oh, yeah.
And on, I guess the page isn't on here in the packet, but in my packet, for both concept 1 and 2, options D are not complete on the page. But when I study, and again, this could very well be a color thing, when I study option A and B, I'm not seeing any difference, so could someone help me? For concept 2, because Mr. Gager said that option 2C was the preference, and when I'm not seeing a difference. Can someone help me?
Yeah, no, my apologies for the formatting issue. The difference in the 3 variants for both options is actually limited to the font for Livingston, Montana. And with regard to concept 2 specifically, option B, the O's are a little bit elongated relative to option 1 that has a rounder O. It is a subtle difference, but those are the only difference in both concepts between the variants is the font.
And then maybe the font is a little thinner in C than A.
It is thinner, and it also has points on
like
the
lighter.
bottom of the V and on the ends. We get to a pointier position there.
Thank you.
Subtle differences
Yeah.
at this point.
Let's each take a turn and then we'll come back to you.
Okay, great. I have a question.
Yeah. See if, Commissioner Friedman, do you have anything you want to add right now?
No, I'm just, trying to, it's a tough one.
Yeah, okay. Well, then we'll let Vice Chair Kale jump in and, okay. Go ahead.
I'm wondering, if we're not, like, is there an option to go back to the drawing board? A little bit
Certainly, absolutely.
within the contract?
There may be some added costs. I guess without knowing specifically what the intent of the commission is, if I don't know if the intent is to go back and revisit one of the 8 concepts that was not selected, or if the commission would like to start all over again, and so it may be doable within the contract if there are minor modifications to an already presented concept. But if we're starting at an entirely new concept, there very likely would be a change order.
And the committee, the staff committee that helped to choose the Abbey Agency, have had input along the way as well?
Yeah, and we've solicited input from the community through 2 surveys, one before the logo concepts were developed, and then this most recent. And yes, the internal group of interdepartmental team has reviewed the concepts every step of the way. But I will say, the staff team has received the concepts as the commission has, and we haven't really actually provided any input beyond what the community and the commission. It's been more of just a staff review process because, you know, at the end of the day, this is the logo that many of our staff members will wear on their uniforms and on their cars. And so we did want to have them involved in that process as well.
And they were. I guess I'm curious to know like what their feelings were about the products that was given to them and how they.
So remarkably, actually, staff, the staff opinion mirrored that of the city commission very, very closely with these two concepts as two of the leading ones. Yes. From the initial 10 that we reviewed.
I have some thoughts. My first question is about color. The way that color shows up, we don't often think of it as an equity issue, but it is. And so I'm wondering if that was considered in the color choices, having people that see color differently in my family. It's something that I think about. Some of these colors I would see could be challenging for some people who are in a color scene minority. And so I'm wondering if that was vetted or considered, because if this is going on all of the things, that will make a difference online and when it's presented. And then also the examples, talking about using the logo in different ways. I do think it would be nice to see examples on the sorts of, seeing applications, the way they would actually be used. And in addition to not just what it is on, but the wording, because one thing that was mentioned is that different departments would swap words on the logo, and we haven't seen examples of that. And so those are things that I wish we had going into this decision. And I am worried about the color. Do you know if that was something that was considered by the contractors?
Yes, so the colors actually came from the initial community survey that we did, and we tested respondents' preferences, and green and blue showed up as the two by a long shot, as the two most preferred colors. I do recognize that there are types of color blindness, blue, green, and I believe red, yellow is the other most common form of color blindness. And so I certainly do recognize there's others.
There's particular hues that I think are more challenging for people than others, and this particular hue or these particular hues, just with the individuals that I've known in my life, would be hues that would.
Oh, I can certainly.
I'm sure it's super important. It's how people see it. So I just wonder, do you know, was it just based on the community, or did they also go through, because there's like a whole equity thing around color and.
Yeah, and so I as part of this, they are design professionals, and as part of this, they are coming up with, this is really just the logo, which is one part. It is the largest part of the scope of work.
Okay.
But there are, as far as describing what the actual colors are going to be, and typically that's done in Pantone is the that's most frequently used.
Okay.
So that's really actually the second part of this
Thank you.
process, is they will give us a full style guide that tells us what our colors are, and then also what our different fonts will be. And then to answer your question or address the point that was raised earlier about the different variants for different departments, that was something that we showed with the first round, is my recollection. And really the thought is that Montana will be replaced by different departments. And so I think that would be what to expect. And as part of the scope of work, the consultant team is required to provide us those different variants for the different departments. And so I think they were waiting to do that until we had a kind of definition on which of the concepts or variants.
Did we see the variants, or did we just see them on different things like mugs?
So in the first design package, and I think I can maybe bring it
It's
up.
okay. I believe you if you say we did it. I just.
Specifically, they showed us how they would put police and recreation, I believe, were the two first
Okay.
ones. that we
It
did.
was, so it wasn't in October, it would have been even before.
I think that was the September
Yeah.
iteration.
Okay, thank you for helping me remember. Other comments? I see a hand go over here, Commissioner Lyons.
Can I give just like substantive preferential comments?
This is the, yeah, and we are going to also open it to public comment too, so you can determine if you want to do that now or wait till after public comment.
Ready to share my opinion?
You may.
So I see like the profile of the mountains is the same between the two. The river path is similar between the two. And so the differences are in the location of the font, the font itself, the color, and the sky. That's how I'm reading that. Being a colorblind person, I personally much prefer the monochrome version. It's just easier for me to read. I find the little trees that remain in concept one, the few trees to remain in concept one, as somewhat superfluous and like almost silly looking. Like the concept two is a little bit more simple in that it doesn't have those kind of little trees. So that's a mark, I guess, for concept two. When you look at the iterations of concept two with the sun, I'm assuming it's the sun, because in the first, like when it showed the previous concept to the current, the way that the lines were coming off that orb, it made it resemble a sun. And with the way that the lines are now, it actually maybe reads a little bit more like a moon to me. And honestly, that sky just looks weird. The sky on concept one with just those squiggly lines very much reads wind. And I think everyone has their opinions, but Livingston is famous for its wind, and I feel like that actually incorporates that, and it's simple and I like it. So, and then there was I made a comment the first time that we saw these about one of the, it was the previous concept on concept two has the river bending, which is a historically significant and geographically significant part of Livingston, that river bend. And this newest iteration does not really incorporate it in a way that signals a bend to me. So that was a lot of stuff, but I'll try and boil that down. As a colorblind person, I prefer the monochrome.
Do you say monochrome is concept one?
Yes,
Okay,
So you
like
think
it's using one color.
I just,
you see that as one color?
Oh, it's not.
That's
just,
okay.
this is why I'm checking, keep going.
Go ahead.
keep going.
Okay.
Yeah, no, it's
Yeah, I do see that as one
No,
color.
This is what you always ask. colorblind. No, this
Yeah.
is useful
That's okay,
feedback.
it's good, it's good, I just wanted to be clear.
So do you see the wind in the river?
Yeah,
That's like kind of an aqua blue.
okay, it just like looks like a
Right.
thinner line.
Yeah,
But now that you point that out, I can see it. So just personally, I like concept one. I would get rid of the little trees and maybe that like little hill in front of the river. I put the original bend or the original bend from concept two of the river into it. Or yeah, the original version of concept two's river bend is what I would put in it. And then for me, that would make concept one perfect. I mean, the best one that I can imagine.
okay. Does anyone else want to, are we good?
I just-
Okay.
So about my apologies.
No, you're good. I just like want to make sure I'm not missing anything. There's some nonverbal communication happening, which is perfectly fine. Anything else before we open it to public comment?
No, sorry, and
You don't need to be sorry, this is fine. I'm gonna,
And then we're gonna deliberate a little bit more after. public
yeah,
comment.
because we don't
Okay,
even
thank
have a
you.
motion,
Thank
so
you.
I am just wanting to see all the faces. Okay, there, thank you. That fixed it. Okay, so we do not have a motion right now. We're just looking for public feedback on selection of a new city logo. So I'm gonna start with people in the room and then I'll go online. If there's folks that want to give comment, this is your opportunity. Is there anybody that wants to give comment on the logos?
Yeah.
Welcome, welcome.
James Willich, 108 South Ave. Still. All I wanted to say was that the kerning on option 2, the Montana part, the spacing between the letters is awkward. The N and T in Montana are closer than the rest of the letters are together. And the top point of the M and the top point of the A are not equidistant from the date. So
Okay.
it looks like it's rotated over a little bit. But I also really like Commissioner Lyons is with the wind instead of the moon, sun, whatever that is up there. I like the way that looks. That's it.
Thank you. That was helpful. Yeah, visually discerning. Thank you. Anyone else in the room that would like to give comment? All right, I'm gonna look online, people
Right.
online. Oh, I'm so sorry, welcome. Can you just start with your name, please, and address? Thank you.
My name's Forrest Huesman, 209 South B. Thank you for having me. As a quick side note, the front doors are locked during session, which is very inconvenient for me.
I'll take care of that.
Thank you for that.
Fortunately, our fire department, sheriff, deputy helped me out.
Awesome.
So I'm here to specifically learn more about the 2 logos that are up available for your review. Are you guys voting tonight on that?
We do not have a motion.
There's no motion quite yet?
Not yet.
Okay, is the existing City of Livingston logo currently on the bottom left on the screen?
Yes,
Is it possible for us to zoom in on that?
let me see. I think I can here. The city manager loves it when he walks in and I'm at his computer.
Grant, that was a little bit of a bait
Sorry,
switch
sorry,
there.
jumped out.
Thank you.
Very well done.
Yeah, that was
There you go.
fully orchestrated. I've been thinking about that all day. how
So
we
this
could
is
do that.
this is the current logo.
Okay. I know that this is comment and I probably have 3 minutes max.
4.
4. Is it possible for me to ask questions before I give my
You can
comment?
ask, but I'm not gonna go back and forth with you. We'll answer all at the end. So just use your 4
Okay.
minutes. I'll take
Okay.
notes on all your questions.
Okay, so I am a Montana resident since '96, which I know isn't very long, but that's just giving you guys some context for how long I've been here. I love Livingston. I live in Livingston. I think we all, if we're in this room, we love Livingston, right? That logo that we're looking at right now is what we have had since for who knows how long, right? I think I'm a proponent to revitalizing logos for our municipalities in general. I think that's smart. It's good business. But I also think it's important that we don't move too hastily on a decision because the 2 that I've seen published have me concerned that there's not enough thought in the true vernacular of what that logo really will be for us for who knows how long, whether it's 5 more years or 50 more years. And I really want to make sure that you guys all kind of understand my perspective, and that is that if we're going to adopt a new logo, it needs to have context. If a mountain range is shown in a logo, it needs to be the mountain range of our vernacular, of our region. It can't be some obscure sketch that might look like mountains, but it needs to be our region, the river as well. And right now it kind of looks a little bit plain and vanilla. But that's just my perspective. So maybe during our discussion, maybe there's more context about that. And if that hadn't been thought through, maybe we have that discussion and dialogue, because it's important. You know, we all love Livingston and we want it to be lasting and for a long, long time. So and we're probably at about 4 minutes, so I'll stop there. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Forrest, and I'm sorry you were locked out.
But thank
The,
We got in
like
finally.
on the, I know that the building locks are like on some sort of system and
Yeah.
sometimes it happens and I'm really sorry. So
Yeah.
thank you for making your way in.
I mean, yeah,
But-
obviously for open session, we probably should just keep it open, right?
Yeah, well, yeah, and this, to be clear, the city doesn't have control over all of the things like doors, but thank you.
Yeah.
And is there anybody else that wanted to give
Yeah.
comment here? No?
Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Forrest. Okay, I'm gonna look online. I do see Angela. Hello, Angela. You are welcome to
No,
share your thoughts about the logo.
I totally agree with what Forrest says. Also, I know the survey was put out and there were a lot of comments I saw on Facebook with people concerned about the logo representing Livingston and the charm of Livingston and the options put there. So there's no option on the survey to say, I don't like either one. And I'm just curious of the 600 respondents. So like when I did it, I selected one, but I didn't like either one. So I'm curious of the 600 people, how many would have chosen neither if that option were available. And yeah, just showing something that doesn't feel so industrial or corporate and more representative of Livingston, I think is really important as we go forward. Yes, it shows the mountains and the river, but there's no feeling or passion to this new logo. Also, something that showed up on Facebook was from Hannah Petrie, who owns Mountaineer Sports. And she said to digitalize that and to put it on logos or on, you know, shirts and whatnot fabric, that it wouldn't relay over very well. So I'm curious if anybody talked to, you know, an individual who owns a business like that, who does the screen printing. Maybe that would be important information to go forward also. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Angela. Is there anyone else online that would like to give comment? Okay, I don't see anyone. Public comment on selection of new city logo is closed. So we have a couple questions, Mr. Gager. Current logo, do you know when that came to be the current logo?
Based on our research, it's been over 30 years that has been our logo. Yes, I don't have an exact date on it, but we've found things that predated 1990.
So 30 years. Okay, so we do know since when, at least,
Roughly.
about how long. Okay. And then did the city talk to anyone that applies these logos to the types of things we expect to apply logos to, about how
Yes.
they'd be?
Yes, and we've worked with several of our current contractors related to that logo, and they really don't have any issues outside of the embroidery space. There was a little bit of concern. Commissioner Lyons pointed out some small trees in concept one that actually might prefer that they go away. On smaller applications in an embroidery, some of those trees might lose a little bit of the detail. They would still be renderable, or but yeah, they might not look as tree-like as they could given their small size.
Mhm.
So that was the main concern, really the only concern. And we talked to two of our contractors that do both printed paper apparel and embroidered apparel as well.
Thank you. Okay, commissioners, now we're moving towards the deliberative. Well, no, we're not, because we don't even have a motion. So do you want to talk more before we motion? Okay, I'm getting a strong nod.
Do you wanna add something?
Chairman,
Please.
if I may, there were some other public comments.
Oh, yeah,
that were,
yeah.
and
Please.
just to address the mountains, you folks may recall,
Mhm.
when these concepts came to us, the mountains did not closely resemble Mount Livingston or the man in the mountain there. We've made that revision and then there was also a comment related to the river, and we did change the orientation of the river. You may have noticed both concept 1 and concept 2 in their former life had the Yellowstone River really originating from the base of Livingston Peak or Mount Livingston, whatever one prefers to call it. And so we actually moved that out past the man in the mountain, if you will, to be more reflective of the view that one gets from the Levee Trail or another vantage point in town, not having the river again originate at Mount Livingston, but rather to the west of the man on the mountain. So, those were some changes that were made between the last iteration and this iteration.
Yes, I remember that. The man in the mountain. I was thinking of the sleeping giant.
I have,
Sleeping
yes.
giant. I like the man in the mountain. I mean, we can have more than one name for things. Thank you for that. Okay, so we don't have a motion. Do we want to talk about it? We got a strong head nod from Vice Chair Kale about chatting about it before we.
Yeah.
Do you want to go first?
Sure.
Okay.
I mean, I can only be honest, right?
Well, we would prefer you to be honest.
It's for me to be honest. That's what I should be doing. I'm a little underwhelmed, by these two. Feel like I've seen them other places or other times. I was kind of hoping, like we're updating the logo, maybe something a little more fresh, a little more. I did go back and look at some of the work that the Abbey agency did previously that was included in the prospectus that they gave us, and was really, I think they've done some really great work. I'm not excited about either of these. And I really wanted to be, I really wanted to be, and I'm a little underwhelmed, to be honest, so.
There we go. Okay. Anyone else want to chime in?
Yeah, you're gonna think I'm crazy here. This is logo concept 2,
Mhm.
and there's one with the sun shining. And it's the only place that they have the sun actually identified. And the one above it, this concept number 2, I like a lot too, the one up there. This is a much smaller version down on logo concept 2.
Mhm.
Other than that, I'm open to
Okay,
any other things.
and we heard from Commissioner Lyons. Did you want to go again?
I'll be brief this time.
Okay.
I do appreciate the comment that, like, we wanna see our place in the design. And I do see the sleeping giant in there. But it's like pretty small, kind of relative to the other peaks. I maybe see the hand next to it there, but barely. And the hand is kind of a skier's term for that mountain. Livingston Peak doesn't really look like Livingston Peak to me. Although if you do a 360 around Livingston Peak, it looks so different from every single angle. Said I'd be brief. You can see the Absarokas in this image, but it's a bit of a stretch. And I guess all of that is to say, I agree with Vice Chair Kale that neither of them are knocking my socks off. And I guess to add the added context from the public is that there is a lot of reverence for the existing logo. And to kind of like settle because something's new, maybe doesn't feel like the best move. That's all.
Commissioner Schwartz, did you want to jump in at all?
Oh, I might as well.
Please do.
I'm kind of with Terry, I'm underwhelmed, you know, but I do believe the survey does have it right. If I had to choose tonight, I would go with number 2, option C. I'm looking for something that less is more. Kind of where Tori was coming from, eliminating those trees on concept 1. But yeah, I'm gonna beat it to death, but I am somewhat underwhelmed. I yield.
I will chime in. I believe I mentioned the trees the last time too, that I was concerned about the teensy trees. So that still is the same for me. I do think that the mountain view has improved greatly since the first iterations we saw. I honestly think that that particular shade of green on concept 2 looks like a smoky day in fall. That's kind of what I think of as a bad wildfire when I see that. And it's probably just the color for me, because it's kind of grayish green, like the sky looks when it's really bad. And so if I have an aversion to that one, it's probably because of the color mostly.
You can kind of taste this one.
Yeah, it's like a green sky. Like I don't love a green sky in Livingston. Like it makes me feel a little bit migrainey. But also knowing, Commissioner Lyons, thank you for your feedback. Knowing that the differences in saturation actually make it harder for you, makes me lean towards A, because I am sensitive to the visual stuff from people that I know. It's like a real thing. So, like that makes me also lean towards the first one, knowing that that's easier for your eyes.
You mean concept 1?
Concept 1, yeah. Even if you don't discern between the colors, like knowing that I think, knowing still that one's easier for you is helpful for me to know that it would be easier for other people who are like eyeballed. Yeah, I mean, I don't know where this leaves us. It sounds like we're not coming in strong. Consensus sounds like yeah, go ahead.
If Mr. Gager were to synthesize direction to the designers from what we've discussed, would you be able to do that? Good question.
Thank you.
All right. If
Way to
I
pitch
may,
it.
yes, from the 4 who have firmly opined, I've got 2 that seem to slightly lean towards option 1 with eliminating some of the trees and some of the smaller detail. I've got a commissioner who thinks option 2C is the best, and another one who would like to go back to the drawing board, it sounds like. So, I'm interested to hear what Commissioner Friedman may have, that there may be a.
He did weigh in. He liked, Commissioner Friedman liked concept 2. Let me see if I can find the
What was
page.
the one that you liked, Mel?
This one.
He was
that one?
looking at,
Oh, yeah, the old 2 with the, yep.
but then he also pointed up to the logo concept 2. So he was. Right,
Yeah.
Commissioner Friedman, you were like looking at these and you said this one. So he says concept 2. So of the 4 commissioners that have discerned, we're split down the middle, and then Commissioner 5 wants to start over. So Do you have thoughts on where that?
I guess we are at a stalemate here
Mhm.
with a tie vote. Not uncommon in these types of
Mhm.
processes, actually, a town I used to work in, went through a similar situation, so. We can, I guess, take it one of two directions. We can work to kind of merge options 1 and 2 and take some of those elements that people liked and maybe some that, accentuate those and eliminate some of the elements that folks didn't like. Or quite possibly we could go back to the drawing board and solicit more options from the design team. Like that seems like it may take a substantial level of effort insofar as we're not going to go back to look at any of the other 8 concepts that we previously discarded through this process. So, I guess I'll happily move them towards, merging the 2 options if we think that there's a possible solution there. I did hear from several commissioners that they were a bit underwhelmed by the options. So, yeah.
I think it could be helpful if there were some examples that weren't just 2 printed colors on a piece of paper. And people could see what it would look like on a truck. Because we saw examples of things that we didn't like, the whole community didn't like. Maybe not the whole community, there might be somebody that liked it, but the majority of the community didn't like on things. It was a logo we didn't like on something we would use, or it was things that we are just like, we're not talking about insulated tumblers, we're talking about, professionals wearing it on their jacket or putting it in their letterhead. And I just want to keep in mind that like part of the reason we're having this conversation is the last logo is so difficult for staff to use that it's not being used. It's very difficult on jackets and it's difficult to reproduce and it's expensive because it's how many colors?
I think 87. It
87.
really only renders good on that flag that we've got at City Hall currently.
Which our wind chews up every couple months, eats through a flag. And so, so perhaps it would be helpful to see some examples so people can put it in the context. And also the thing that we keep talking about where we change the word Montana to the things people are going to see when they're around town, when they see the garbage truck go by or the city trucks go by. To give people, and I just don't want colors that look like smoke personally. That's not my favorite version of Livingston, but but that's just me.
I would just say, these colors both tend to be sort of drab, the hues. So, and I think that I'm maybe not quite understanding, but when they bring us a logo to vote on, I would like to see the actual colors that they are envisioning, so if it's Pantone blue 295 and Pantone green, whatever, I'd like to see that because I think that has.
I will say
yeah.
these are the colors.
These-
that they're
okay, so yeah.
recommending.
So these are-
If we would like to tweak the colors and brighten them, that
Yeah.
might be an option. And so, if I've got 2 votes for option 1 and 2 votes for option 2, I guess I would. I've heard some tweaks potentially to option 1 that some folks would like to see, but those tweaks were from folks that already liked option 1. And so they don't seem like they would be tweaks that would move a member of the commission to one or the other. And so I guess if there were tweaks that a commissioner thought would help them prefer one of the others and we got to a consensus or a majority that way, that would probably be the most productive. I don't know if really the color in option 2, if that changed, would folks who preferred option 1 prefer option 2? I don't know. I heard color is a little bit of a sticking point from the 2 folks that liked option 1, but I don't know if different colors would be sufficient to sway people to choose a different option, right? And so, working towards a solution that seems like.
Is there a reason that there weren't the use of colors in our current logo. I mean, people like our current logo. None of those colors, or most of those colors are, well, there's 80 some colors, probably one of those colors is showing up here, but the predominant colors I'm not seeing in here.
Well, again, we did an initial survey and, actually surveyed the community on many of the colors, or at least the basic colors that were in the current logo.
Right, but it was like blue and green and yellow. It wasn't like,
And red and brown, and then we did have a little area for people to insert other colors.
but the blue that's being used now is not anywhere in the blue, or it's not the blues here, for example. Yeah, so I'm just, I don't know what's gonna move the commission on this. Sounds like we're.
Yeah, I mean, I just,
think
and I
it's
don't know if
so-
you wanna, you can, yeah, I guess you can tell the designers anything you want, but I feel like we've seen this before. Like this is just. I could go to any t-shirt shop and buy this t-shirt and. I don't know, I'm underwhelmed, that's all, and I'm sorry to be Debbie Downer, but I just can't get there.
There opportunity for additional question?
No, we already closed public comment. I'm sorry. Okay. It sounds like you have some ideas that you can take back. It's not easy.
It's not easy.
We're not, this isn't a slam dunk, but Forrest, you can always email us still, but I'm sorry, I can't open it back up, but you can always email us. I just
Yeah.
want to tell you before you go. Okay.
No, thank you very much.
Yeah. It's not easy, but it sounds like you have something that you can take back. To them and the feedback and see what you bring back to us. There's no motion. I think it's appropriate to not make one. Does that work for you? Otherwise, we're.
That is the commission's.
Are you all right with
Make a
no motion on this?
Right.
Yeah,
I don't see a point.
yeah, there's no push towards deciding
Yeah, right.
from what we have here.
And I feel like this is an honest reflection of our community right now,
Yeah.
based on the feedback we've got. Are you okay with that, Commissioner Schwartz? Okay, do you have anything you'd add, Commissioner Schwartz? I just want to make sure. Okay,
Thank you, Commissioner. Appreciate it.
thank you. Let us know if you need to bring it back, if you need some more ambiguous direction from the commission. Okay, moving on. Next agenda item.
I could talk for like another 30 minutes about it.
Listen for another 30 minutes, obviously.
I'm gonna suggest we keep going, if that works for you. It's 8:40. We usually take a break at every hour and a half mark. Do we need another break right now? No,
Push ahead?
okay, we'll keep going. So we have action item B. Well, I want to check in with the rest of the crew. Everybody's good? Okay. Action item B, commission direction. We'll do our best on state mandated zoning changes. Mr. Gager.
Okay, thank you, Chair Newts and members of the commission. The item before you is arising, perhaps because, well, in direct response to some legislative changes that were enacted at the state level. And you may recall a conversation that we had in early April of this year, prior to the close of the legislative session, when we reviewed really the allowable form of buildings, and specifically primary units and accessory units. And so what the commission did at that time was to allow a primary and an accessory to be within the same building. And it allowed for some different massing on lots. However, as noted in the staff report, there have been some legislative changes since that time, and really the most impactful. We've included all three of the bills that impact the city. The most impactful change from all of these is related to the two bills that allow a duplex housing unit where a single family use is permitted. And in doing so, it has introduced, some thoughts related to density that we wanted at a staff level to get the commission's input on and direction as we work to institute these statutorily required changes. And really what it comes down to is the allowance of an accessory unit for duplex or multifamily housing units. And if I may share my screen and share a quick presentation that our planning and zoning folks have put together. And so and this really the question does come down to the change from single families to duplexes. And so in the new year, starting on January 1, as I said, a duplex unit will be allowed by right anywhere that a single family home is allowed. And really the question comes down to, is it the desire from a policy standpoint of the commission to allow ADUs to be constructed for duplex or for multifamily units? And there is a note in the zoning tables that I've included here in the staff report that provides that the total number of dwelling units allowed on any lot is the allowed density of the lot plus the equivalent number of dwelling units. And so by definition, an independent dwelling unit, which is accessory to a primary dwelling unit, is known as an accessory unit. And so if the city is to allow or intends to allow an accessory unit for each primary unit, now that duplexes are allowed anywhere that a single family home is allowed, we've actually effectively doubled the allowable density in many cases throughout the city. And it's not much of a concern or an issue so much on the single lots. It's more when we get into a double or a triple lot. And so in the case of a triple lot, under state law on January 1st, it appears that 3 duplexes would be allowed with 1 ADU for each of those duplexes under current city code. And so 9 residential units would be allowed on a triple lot. Somewhat compounding that issue is that the city can no longer, as of January 1, require on-site parking spaces for those ADU units. And so to the extent that we allow an ADU for each primary unit, not only will we have a increased density in existing neighborhoods, but we will also potentially have a bit of a parking situation where we may end up with more cars on a street than there are room for at maximum build out. And so really the primary clarification that staff is looking for as we move forward is if it's the commission's desire to allow an accessory unit for each primary unit, or if the commission would prefer to limit accessory units only to single family homes or some other arrangement. And so hopefully I've provided some clarity in my comments to the direction that's being sought, and I'll stand for any questions you may have.
Is the parking bill in here? Is
Yes, so the parking
Which
was
one was
included
in 528?
exactly 528, and so there are several restrictions that the city will no longer be allowed to collect impact fees related to accessory units. And so while that is a financial impact, there's from a policy standpoint very little response that we can have in that regard.
Let's ask a process question really quick. So you're just looking for what's the intent of the commission on how this policy is interpreted? And right, are we interpreting it the maximum build out way, or are you wanting, or are we what was our initial intent with this policy? Because now state law has changed the way the policy would be interpreted, right?
Exactly.
So we're not voting
No,
We're
we,
just giving you feedback.
because there is a bit of
Okay.
ambiguity in how
Okay.
this policy from the state could be implemented. Before staff went and created
Okay.
a text amendment to run through the zoning process, we did want to.
Okay.
Confirm.
Are you okay with me opening up to public comment before we? I'm sure we all have lots of questions and thoughts, but can I do public comment and then we'll come back to us? Okay, all right, so I'll start in the room. Are there folks that want to give comment on the commission direction on state mandated zoning changes in the room? Not seeing anyone. I'm gonna look online. Is there anyone online? Would like to give comment on this? Not seeing anyone? All right, so I'm closing public comment for action item B, commission direction on state mandated zoning changes. Who would like to go first? I saw a hand shoot right up with Commissioner Lyons. But Vice Chair Kelly, you can go next after Commissioner Lyons is done.
My understanding of accessory dwelling units is they are most commonly applied in the context of single-family housing development where the market has changed and there's now a demand for additional housing. That's like the traditional understanding of ADUs. I get how this new legislation essentially enables a much higher density for new development. And I guess potential redevelopment than is really was envisioned by our zoning ordinance and our zoning map. That said, I'd be really surprised if in response to that new kind of allowable density, that there would be a huge market response, particularly in the context of like existing single-family residential neighborhoods in our community. It enables the addition of ADUs to a greater extent than is currently allowed. And potentially with those duplex scenarios on greenfield or a completely demolished demolishment of an existing structure, you can envision like a pretty high density development. The cases in which there's a potential greenfield application of that within our existing residential neighborhoods, very, very low. The potential for redevelopment, which would require demolishment, is more, but even with where the market is today, it's hard for me to imagine there being like a lot of that kind of activity. And then finally, we hear a lot when we make land use decisions about the fact that there's a need for more housing, and we're stymieing it with our decisions kind of that have happened around the periphery of town. This has the potential to enable some of that infill that we've talked about for a long time. So really, when it comes down to ADUs, and ADUs are most commonly applied to adding a little bit of density in an existing residential neighborhood, particularly like putting a new smaller unit behind an existing single family unit. And that's my understanding of how ADUs are typically applied. And so it's hard for me to imagine like a huge market response to this change in a way that would substantially change the character of existing neighborhoods in town. So I guess where I sit on it is, if we see the market responding and I've misjudged the situation, we do have the potential to reconsider how this might apply to our existing zoning code. But I'm not particularly concerned based upon my understanding what the market might do with, that change in allowances. And this is a great example of an issue that would be really well dealt with the combined planning board and zoning commission.
Mr. Gager, where is the bit about impact fees in this bill?
Yeah, it is within page 110 with a municipality may not. And it's.
And then it's E at the top of 11, assess impact
Okay.
fees on the construction.
Thank you for that.
Yeah.
Okay. So I am concerned about this. I live in a neighborhood that is older, higher density already. And there are some you know, 2, 3, 4 plexes on the properties. And I believe, I don't know all the square footage of all the places, but I believe it would allow pretty high density in a neighborhood where the water main broke in my neighborhood twice this summer. Because it's an older neighborhood and there's room to add to like double on already built out lots. I believe the intention when we first did the ADU ordinance was to increase density, and then I think what the state did basically doubled our efforts because we were already ahead of the state, we were already ahead of the curve with increasing density, and what the state did just basically made everything sort of ×2 in Livingston. So I do have concerns with it because I don't think that was the intention of what we did with why we passed the ADU in the first place, was to get to a place where we'd end up with like 9, like the example of like 9 units. I live in a neighborhood where there's a lot of renters, and there wasn't off-street parking required at the time that many of the units in my neighborhood were built. And so, and I know my neighborhood isn't unique in that way. And so I am concerned for those older neighborhoods where there already is not off-street parking, if there's more requirements for no off-street parking. Not that I'm a huge fan of parking, but like it is a real concern if we talk about, you know, we're talking about the area around the Shane Center. We already know there's going to be increased street parking when those events pick up at the Shane Center. And if also at the same time, there's no parking, off-street parking requirements in that older neighborhood, and there's increased build out, it's gonna increase the demand of parking on street, which will have sort of domino effects in certain departments within the city. So I'm thinking about that. And I'm also thinking about how, since I've been on the commission, we raised impact fees for a specific reason. And that reason is the citizens of Livingston do not want to pay for development. They want development to pay its own way. And so Senator Hertz's bill does not allow us to do what the people of Livingston wanted, which was for development to pay its own way. So I'm also concerned that with the increased opportunity to not have to pay impact fees, that we will see current residents of Livingston paying for future development. So I would like to see it with our original intention of the ADU ordinance, which was a unit with a house. That's in line with the historic development of Livingston. I don't think what Senator Hertz put forward is in line with the historic development of Livingston. Perhaps it works for his community, and perhaps he should have brought it up with his own local government and not brought it to a state bill. But I don't think what he's proposing exactly fits with what we were trying to do in Livingston before he introduced this bill. I have some feelings about the state the state overtaking local control, obviously. So I am not in favor of Like, I want it to be what our original intention was with ADUs, which was a unit with a house, or with, I think we allowed it with the duplexes. Right, or we had it like with the 2 units
with sufficient size.
with
yes.
sufficient size, yeah, so. That's where I'm at on it.
I have a question, and I'm wondering, Mr. Gager, if you could bring up the picture that you had up
Yeah,
before that
absolutely.
sort of had the. That was the one. So in our current regulation, let's just look at the double. That the blue is showing duplexes. So let's say in our current regulation, and on a double, you could put 2 homes. Correct? And then in the current regulation, would that allow you to ADUs as well?
Yes, in the way things are currently written, if the lot was a double-sized lot within that zoning district, it would be allowed a single-family home and an ADU. The way that the Livingston Municipal Code is currently written, those could all be within one structure. So that was the change we made in April, was to allow the massing of units, into one structure, to preserve open space or work with unbuildable lots. But what the change that was made that is impactful is that now, instead of 2 single-family homes, 2 duplexes
Right.
are allowed, and so, 4 primary units and.
So instead of like 4 units, this with the state change would be 6 units.
That's
Is that correct? I just want to make sure that I'm sort of, yeah,
And on a triple lot, we would potentially have 9.
9 instead of the 6.
And we couldn't require parking and they wouldn't have to pay impact fees.
They wouldn't have to pay impact fees for the ADUs.
Right, for
They-
3 ADUs.
They would for the 3 duplex.
And our parking code right now would require 1 parking space for each primary, sorry.
That's good. Yes.
And then with the new state regulation, it would still require 1 parking space for each primary, but no parking for the ADUs.
That is correct.
Yeah, I mean, I will agree, Chair News with you about the parking issue. I live next to an apartment building with no off-street park with, they have no requirements or didn't. So it does get a little tricky at times. And to think that on some of those lots, they could add additional. That's a big jump. Will they? That's the thing. But it's also difficult. I mean, I love the idea that 1 single family home can add an ADU and they don't have to pay the impact fees, to me is like, that's great, like we can. But then as we add additional ADUs, what does that do to our infrastructure without paying into it, as we get more and more. Yeah, I'd love to hear from other commissioners.
Yeah. I think I saw your hand go, but can we do a full round, please, before we come back to you? Okay, Commissioner Friedman, do you have thoughts on this one?
I had a hell of a time reading this.
Yeah. That's fair.
It's like take me to the place that you're talking about and show me and look at the surroundings. And otherwise, I couldn't follow with the
Okay,
good or bad, you know what I'm saying?
well,
I mean, that's the way the housing is around here. There's a lot of. It'd have to be show and tell.
that might be able to be arranged for you.
I actually, thank you. Yeah,
That's a great
I
idea.
apologize, Commissioner Frieden, for not doing that. I might mention the example on South D Street that we've talked about a little bit in the past. And I think we talked about in April when we discussed this, and that is a double lot that has two duplexes going in. Each duplex contains the primary and the accessory unit. And so there are 4 units on the double lot. And currently all 4 of those units are parked on the lots. You know, essentially with this law, instead of having 4 units, 6 units would be buildable on that double. And 2 of those parking spaces would not need to be, and those were really, quite honestly, that's a project like that is why we're having this conversation, because we did get concerns and comments from neighbors related to not only the mass and the density of the building on that lot, but also the parking as well. And that is with a project that is parking all 4 of the units on site.
Did you say your lot is a double lot?
My personal lot?
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
That might be an example that's, given that we can't like drive around town right now. So that would, can you lay out the example of like, if you hypothetically were to rebuild, what you could do under the new law?
Yes, yeah, so Commissioner Friedman, I could demolish my house and with the state law as passed, I could build an apartment building that had 6 units in there. 4 would need to be primaries and 2 would need to be accessory to some of those. And then I would need to have 4 parking spaces on my lot, double lot, and then the other 2 spaces could be on the street in front of my house. And so my house could become a 6-plex, if you will.
Does that help?
Yeah.
Like that gives you an example of like something in your neighborhood and how it would.
Oh, yeah, I mean, that's loaded with that stuff. I mean, every place is, yeah, that's what I mean. You know, I really have to go there and look at it. And,
Right.
but to read about it, I found it was really difficult.
Yeah. So that was helpful. Thank you for that very specific example, not trying to call out your, but I mean, I know that you live nearby, so you can, yeah. Okay, I want to check in with Commissioner Schwartz and then we'll come to you. Did you have anything else though before? No. Okay. Commissioner Schwartz?
Yeah, I couldn't agree with your assessment more, Madam Chair, on the parking, the density and everything else. I think it's I understand where Tori is coming from, but I'd hate to leave this hang out there like that, especially no parking requirements, stuff like that. I like the original intent of the ADU with single family residence in front, the ADU in back, and strongly agree that that's the way it should stay. And yeah, I definitely strongly object to this. Thank you. I yield.
Thank you. Commissioner Lyons, as promised, back to you.
I don't have a strong objection to the prevailing opinion of the commission, because I don't think the market would support the 9-unit option. But I don't think we're at a level in really the regional market and in our local market that there's going to be a huge amount of demand for a 9-unit plex in a triple lot. Like that's like so much density in a really small space. And I personally do not object to that kind of density. I think that if we're going to avoid sprawl, we need to start becoming more comfortable with that kind of density. And I understand, and I don't think that that's a politically popular opinion, and it doesn't even seem to be a popular opinion among the commission. But I think that allowing for growth in the places that we have identified are amenable to growth in our community, it does require biting the bullet on some density. It requires biting the bullet on some parking. And you know what? If folks can't find a place to park, parking is a determinant of travel mode. And so if you can't park, you might walk. And you know, and as Commissioner Friedman pointed out, like it's helpful to be able to envision and to see these things. And I think about, and this is a kind of an obscure example, but I think of the Avenues neighborhood in Salt Lake City, Utah, where I lived in that neighborhood for 9 years. It's a neighborhood that has an incredible gridded street network, just like the beautiful neighborhoods that we imagine in Livingston. And it's a neighborhood that developed over many different decades. So what we have here really is like, I mean, particularly when you think about the south side and the near north side where Sharon Newts lives, you have these neighborhoods that were developed at the turn of the century and have remained kind of the same since then. And then I think about this analog in Salt Lake City where you have that basic foundation of that gridded street network, but has kind of turned over a handful of economic cycles over the past 100 years. And it doesn't look exactly the same as a historic neighborhood in Livingston, but it maintains a lot of that character really because of that foundational pattern that was created in the turn of the century. And that pattern and that gridded street network really does a good job of facilitating all different kinds of styles of development in a way that somehow manages to be coherent, to use that term again. And honestly, if we're like so afraid of density and parking concerns, then if we're being honest with ourselves, then we need to start thinking about annexing more land and allowing for the kinds of developments that we really aren't comfortable with in this commission. So like honestly, that I think that example on South D Street, that's something that I'm comfortable with. And I think that we have to start becoming more comfortable with that or embrace the alternative. And the alternative is to expand outwards. So like, and again, I'm not super concerned about the at least short-term repercussions of just kind of letting the market do what it will, because I don't think the market quite supports that level of density that we're afraid of. So that's where I am on that.
So that was passionate.
It was.
I liked it. I actually live next to a 9-plex. So there are 9-plexes in Livingston.
I'm not saying that they don't exist.
Oh, they exist and they live and it doesn't have parking for all the things. So it does exist in Livingston. And it leads me to the place that's not on the agenda where we need to get people across the tracks safely so that they can in fact walk. But that's a conversation for another packet. Cool. So I think you have heard from all of the commissioners at this point, and it sounds like there might be more to come. If we want to talk more about density in the future, if the growth happens, and we get to the point of talking about 9-plexes. Yeah. Anything you would add?
No, thanks for letting me go again.
No, it's great. It's helpful. And honest. Anything else, Commissioner Schwartz? Are we good?
But I think I would just say my only concern is just, Tori, I agree with pretty much everything that you just said. I am concerned about the additional ADUs and the lack of our ability to do impact fees, and just wonder what that impact would be on the infrastructure. I think I'm actually more concerned about that than anything. Although I suppose, well, if it's a duplex, it's still gonna have more people in it than if it was a single family home potentially.
And the duplex still has to pay impact.
Impact,
It's just
yes, it's the
ADU.
additional, yeah, but,
Okay.
so.
We got a lot, we
There you
got a
go.
lot more to do tonight. Are we
Moving on.
ready to keep going? Okay. So now we're on, you have what you need, right?
I do, and we will prepare a text amendment based on what we've heard this evening.
Okay. Action item C, update on Community Wellness Center project. Mr. Gager.
Thank you, Chair Newts. The item before the commission this evening is an update on the Community Wellness Center project. I believe the last time we had the opportunity to talk about this project was shortly after Labor Day, when the county had made their decision to not participate in the creation of a possible special district for to support the operations of the wellness center. And so I have spent the last almost 3 months working with the Four Ranges Community Recreation Foundation to determine a viable paths forward for this project in the absence of county participation. And so we are at the point where I believe we have reached a plan that is financially viable for the project. And so as you may recall, in order for voters to opine on the project in the ballot box, by a referendum question, the city commission would need to pass a resolution to bring this to the ballot, and an election can occur no less than 85 days after the approval of a resolution to put a referendum to the voters. That said, the question before you tonight is not a question of approving a resolution to put this in front of the voters. It is more an update to the commission to let you know where the project stands and discuss that path forward that the foundation and I have been working to identify. And so as just for quick summary for those in the room and also at home who may or may not be familiar with the project, in 2019, a community assessment identified an indoor pool, gymnasium, and walking track as the three most desired recreation amenities for such a facility. And so we in earlier this year in May conducted a survey as we were working through this process, and that survey affirmed that those really were the three most desired recreation amenities. And so as you folks may recall, back in June of this year, the city commission identified the current Katie Bunnell M Street Park as its preferred location. Myself and the team at the city have been working with adjacent private property owners to the park to acquire rights to use their land as part of the project. And I'm happy to report that those conversations have been successful. The park, you may know, is this triangle here. This parcel over here is owned by a private landowner, and they have proffered a lease agreement to the city for that land to be used in support of the facility as a parking lot. Similarly, there's a parcel to the west of M Street that is privately owned that has been similarly offered up by its owner for use in the project. And so combining those private parcels of land with the city's 1.8 acres yields a property or a potential property of almost 5 acres, I believe 4.8 acres in total, that could be used for this project if it moves forward. The Four Ranges Foundation, as you know from the earlier slide, the pool, the gym, and indoor walking track were really the key desired components. And the foundation has been working with a programming and an architecture team to design a structure that contains those elements. When the county made its decision to not partner in the project, we, the city and the foundation, came together and engaged in some additional value engineering exercises, cost engineering exercises to be able to bring such a project to fruition. And the foundation, as a reminder, has embarked upon a $25 million capital fundraising campaign for the last 4 years. And as of last week, it's my understanding that approximately 22.3 million of that, maybe 22.5 million, has been committed so far. And so they are well along the path towards raising that money. Again, as I mentioned earlier, the project has long envisioned the creation of a special district to support the operations. And as we've worked to develop an operating budget for the project, it appears that 30 mills taxed to all Livingston properties would be sufficient to achieve financial viability for the project. This tax revenue would be added to certain user fee revenue, primarily from residents residing outside of the district. It is, again, as we've discussed, intended that folks residing in the district would have access to the building free of charge with no monthly membership. Certain programming, swim lessons or things like that would result in a charge for Livingston residents, but to come in and shoot some hoops, run around the track, or swim in the pool, open gym would not be subject to a charge if you're within the district. For those folks at home, the direct tax impact of 30 mills can be determined by locating the taxable value on the tax bills that were recently received and multiplying that number by 0.001 and then again by 30. And that will come up with the individual tax impact for a parcel. I will work through that calculation on the following slide. And then finally, to make up for the county's decision to not participate in the district, that created a operating gap on an annual basis between the revenue that the facility would be expected to generate relative to the expenditures it would cost to operate. And so I've had some conversations with the foundation, and at this point, it appears that a $5 million operating endowment would close that gap. I have created a financial model out in excess of 20 years that is the project is financially balanced if the $5 million operating endowment is raised as part of the project. And so I do have confidence that the financial plan that's being discussed here does provide some viability for the center into the future. And really, given where we are today, we would not imagine that the special district taxing would begin until the 2026 tax year, which is actually fiscal year 2027. And as promised, I am aware personally of a recent home that sold in the city of Livingston in 2022 for $750,000. The 2023 tax bill that was just received for that property indicates that the assessed market value is $536,500. The prior assessed market value on that, just as a point of interest, was approximately $238,000. That current assessed market value has a taxable value of $7,242. That is established in state code. It's for residential properties, 1.35% of the assessed market value that is centrally determined by the state. And so applying that calculation of taxable value of 7,242 times the 0.001 times the 30 would result in an annual tax bill for this specific property of approximately $217. And so working it out for anyone who may be following it at home, if you look at your tax bill, for every 300,000 of assessed market value, the anticipated annual tax related to the special district is approximately $122, which works out to the value shown there. So I will stand for any questions that the commission may have related to the project. Thank you.
Commissioners, are you all right with me opening it to public comment again first? Do that first and then we come back. Commissioner Schwartz, does that work for you too? Okay. I'll start with people in the room. Is there anybody in the room that wants to give comment on this? No? How about online? Is there anyone online that would like to give comment? This is your chance. Not seeing anyone?
And folks, this is Chase Rose. Can you hear me?
Welcome, Chase. Go ahead and introduce yourself. Thank you.
Yeah, terrific. And good evening. Chase Rose, and I'm the campaign manager with the Four Ranges Foundation. Very quick comment. Number one, we very much appreciate Mr. Gager's work over the last several months trying to proactively find a strategy forward for this project in absence of county participation on the subject. We also are excited about the prospect and very optimistic of raising significant funds for an operational endowment. We also, of course, have the entirety of the time that the building is being constructed and even thereafter to continue fundraising for an operational endowment. And so obviously we will attempt to raise that as quickly as possible, but I do think that this is an ongoing source of revenue that we can grow and expand over time. And so we're optimistic about that possibility. I know that today is really an introduction to the new financial plan and model here, and a resolution will be forthcoming in December. Would just very politely mention to the commission that we do have some pledges that are currently coming due at the end of December, as well as a $1 million grant that we need to submit by the end of the year. And so we would very much appreciate at some point in the month of December, the earlier the better, clarity as it relates to commission preference on this district so that we can call those pledges confidently from donors and submit that grant. And so that's just a very polite request, and we're happy to take any questions that you may have as well. Thank you.
Any other public comment on action item C, Community Wellness Center project? Not seeing any. Public comment on this topic is closed. Commissioners, who would like to begin for this one? I have a list of questions.
I have one, maybe.
Do you want to go first?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Mr. Gager, if this were to go to a ballot, when would that be the June election? Would that be the target, or a special election?
No, so the city does have the ability to call a special election
Okay.
for a special district at any time, no less than 85 days. And so we, the commission, added money to conduct a special election if necessary into the budget. And so those funds are budgeted. And we probably would expect to move forward before the normally scheduled May election next year.
Thank you.
Anything else?
Not right now.
So we put aside money because we changed how we were gonna do the election, but then we changed back to a mail election. So that money was set aside for an in-person election as opposed to a special election. So we have not set aside money for a special election. Is that right?
That is correct. Yeah,
Okay.
that's it.
So, how much do you propose a special, because a special election is different than a mail versus in person. So how much would it cost for a special election? You know?
Well, it would depend on the form of the election, if it was
Yeah.
in person versus a mail-in, and we expect that the mail-in cost is less than 10,000, because that's
Okay.
what we budgeted for this year. And so we do actually expect that 15,000 would be sufficient for an in-person City of Livingston only election if it was conducted in that way.
That was my first question, is who would pay for a special election, knowing that this is different than tacking on an item to an election that already had to happen because we were voting on commissioners. So a little bit different.
Absolutely, it's different, and I think there probably is room for conversation with the foundation about recouping, any
Yeah.
expense related to a special election, because as you pointed out, it is different than we originally envisioned.
Yeah, okay, great. The second point I would make is that we conditionally agreed upon Katie Bonnell Park subject to learning more information, which is still forthcoming. At least I haven't gotten the update on Kitty Bonnet Park. And I believe there's quite a few members of the public that would like more information before we committed to that location. I wanted to ask you, how many mills were proposed when this proposal went to the county?
35 mills actually were proposed.
Split how?
So it was 35 mills to be assessed across the entirety of the district. As far as the taxable value is concerned, I believe there was slightly more taxable value in the area outside of the city of Livingston rather than inside. My recollection was that the value was about 40% inside the district. And so the establishment of the $5 million endowment really is what makes it possible at this moment.
So how has the value of the mill changed?
It has gone down by 5 mills, the requested special district assessment.
But the value of each individual mill is the same as before? Or did it change after?
No, so a mill countywide is worth more than a mill citywide because there is a greater assessed value within the county. And so applying that 1 mill equally yields more revenue in a larger district.
So the mills went down for the city residents because the value of each mill is more now.
No, the value of the city mill is lower than the value of the county mill.
Okay, so is the the amount that would be taxed comparable to what it was in the last scenario previous when it went to the county?
It's actually come down.
Okay.
12.5% for each property in the city.
Okay, thank you.
By 1/7.
Thank you. Okay. One of the things that I've heard some fundraisers say, this is in our commissioner inboxes, is that residents need to be learning how to swim for safety. That this is like the testimony coming to us is that we should do this because it's a public health concern, is that everyone needs to have access to swimming lessons. But the proposal is that taxpayers would still have to pay for swimming lessons. Swimming lessons aren't free, right?
At this point, programming is envisioned to be an added cost.
I just want to be clear because some of the things that are being sort of pitched to us is not quite exactly what the reality would be.
Yes,
And not pitched to us from you, but pitched to us from external partners.
Yes, and just to be clear, as we've discussed all along, we as a city have, aging recreation infrastructure. And so, as city manager, my interest in this project is as it relates to replacing it or providing recreation infrastructure for the community. I make no claims about, aquatic safety or.
Okay. I just want to be clear since there's a lot of things being said and it's important to discern like what's actually part of the project or not. So it's not clear to me, is Four Ranges committing to the $5 million endowment?
That was the conversation that we had. I've had the opportunity to speak with the 2 largest representatives of the 2 largest funders of Four Ranges. They are committed to the endowment. If the commission is interested in moving forward in partnership with the Four Ranges, I would recommend that we would have a supplemental memorandum of understanding that would outline roles and responsibilities as we move forward. Because at this point, we really have an MOU that deals with our partnership to evaluate new recreation opportunities. But if we were going to move forward on one of those opportunities, it would be my recommendation that we formalize that with an MOU that outlines different roles and responsibilities again.
I guess one thing that I heard from Mr. Rose is that the implication that money for the endowment would be raised after the building was built or while the building was being built. And so I'm curious about the scenario where, first of all, I don't think that that's going to be particularly compelling to the voters. I happened to talk to a lot of them in the last few months, several hundred to 1,000. And, one person was interested in the project as it stands, of all the people that I talked to. And so, I don't feel like that'll be particularly compelling to people to know that there could be a $25 million building that is still being fundraised to run the building while it's being built. So I wonder, what protections are in place for the community in that scenario, because that would be a very expensive mistake if the money couldn't be raised. Do you have any assurances, or I guess I'm not looking for assurances, I'm looking for like, what's the reality if that money's not raised and the building is being built?
No, that's an excellent question, Chair Needs. And so, the only way to have absolute assurance is to raise the money before the project moves forward into that step. That said, when I've had conversations with the large funders, they do seem committed. In fact, one of them did offer a gift to the endowment of about 40% of the recommended value. And so, as I stand here, I do have a level of confidence that money can be raised by the community. That said, recognizing that my feelings really are with the paper they're written on. The project does have other avenues to fill that gap. And those avenues would include increasing revenue from folks outside of the district, modifying the operational profile of the building to meet the available revenues. And I would also say that the financial plan that I've put together, the 20-year horizon, really does not use the endowment in the first 7 or 8 years of the project. And so that $5 million endowment really actually provides a little more security in the out years of the project in the financial projection. And so actually the time that it's needed really isn't for about 10 years from now. And so there is a little bit of extra leeway in raising that money, if that makes sense. But absolutely, there is some risk inherent in a project of this structure.
Those are my questions. I'll hold my thoughts on it for now and let other commissioners chime in if they have questions. No other questions? Commissioner Schwartz, do you have any questions?
Not clarifying, no.
Yeah, Mr. Gager will take a turn then, if you don't mind.
There was I think one comment that I didn't address related to the environmental related to the site, and I've with staff, we've been working with the State Department of Environmental Quality and also the contracting team that has been doing the monitoring of the BNSF Yard Superfund site. And we have recently gotten all of the data, the test data from the railroad that they've conducted in the area. We've done a preliminary review of that data, and in conversations with the State Department of Environmental Quality staff, as well as the contractors who have been on site working with the mitigation. It does not appear that there is a condition that exists that is not mitigatable through construction means and methods. And to be very specific, the general consensus at this point is that the structure or a structure that was built on Katie Bunnell Park would require a soil gas system similar to a radon system that many of us might have in our residences. And the ability to build in such mitigation for soil gases is much easier in a greenfield project rather than retrofitting an existing building, because we have access to the ground. And so we do expect that is the most impactful requirement given the environmental situation with this lot. There are brownfields experts at DEQ that we've been speaking with, and this is their general opinion that there are no issues that can't be mitigated especially without the soil gas system. And there are funding pots available from DEQ, both in the design and construction of such mitigation systems. And I've had conversations with DEQ, and it would be the project's intention to pursue those funds. But I do want to point out that the project as it's structured is a public-private partnership. And so left unsaid is that to construct the facility itself, that would be the responsibility of the foundation. The city, as somewhat of a requirement, as a requirement of the New Market Tax Credit Program, the city actually needs to provide an outside entity with care and control of the property. We do not, it appears at this point, need to actually transfer ownership of the property, but we do need to engage in a land lease. And so what we would do as part of that is transfer that land and control over to the private entity. They would construct the facility in accordance with our requirements, state DEQ requirements, and then they would actually have to, again, have that control of the property for the first several years of operation. We would operate it on a lease basis with them, and then at the conclusion of that initial time period, the building and the property would be transferred back to the city for us to operate moving forward in perpetuity. And so, through that public-private partnership, the responsibility for design and construction would fall to that private entity. And again, they would be bound by, our requirements as well as state environmental requirements as well. So hopefully that begins to address the environmental concerns that were discussed earlier this summer.
Any other questions from other commissioners?
So Mr. Gator, that sort of land lease that would happen so that property would qualify for those New Market tax credits, and that's how the project would receive those monies.
Exactly. Yes. Yeah. That's a kind of necessary step that I felt was important to clarify for the commission, that we would technically be leasing out some city property for the duration of the construction and the first several years of operation to a third party. It would be our staff operating it under a separate lease agreement.
Any other comments or questions? To respond to your comment, that hopefully addresses some of the previous conversations, I would say, for me, no, I'd like to see the data. I've worked with DEQ and EPA quite a bit over the last decade plus, and lots of things and anything's mitigatable. So that doesn't mean a lot to me, that statement. That's why I want to see the data and have more information. So for me, I'm still stuck way back here on the location of Katie Bonnell Park. That has never been resolved. That's where I'm at as a commissioner. I think that it's great. I feel glad that you are thinking about the taxpayer money. Thank you. I really feel from what you said that you're prioritizing the community of Livingston with a financial commitment like this. Thank you. That's huge and not to be understated. That would be a terrible thing to mess up on. So thank you. The people that I talk to, I'm not feeling that even with this, I'm not sure how well supported this project will be across our community for lots of reasons that have nothing to do with the numbers that you've been crunching. So just know that I don't think that it's a reflection on the city if people don't support this. I would be happy to put it to the voters if we can ever, I don't know that I can get past the Katie Bonnell Park until we actually have that conversation and there's more information. And I believe the public wants it as well. Happy to have things go to the voters. Better if the taxpayers aren't paying for it since it's a special election, which is different. since the taxpayers didn't ask to have the special election, so it's a little bit different than like when the taxpayers ask to do a thing and they ask for, there's a mechanism by which the government can be petitioned for special elections. This is not what this is. Which is why I feel like they shouldn't have to pay for it. I also appreciate the commitment to the endowment. I think that's a necessary condition if this is to move forward. I do feel, for me personally, as one commissioner, happy to hear from the rest of you, that there's still some like hurdles that we never really cleared from months ago. That's where I'm at. Anybody else want to chime in? Because he's looking for where we're at as a commission, I believe, right? You're trying to
That's
get
correct, yeah.
get a little feedback from us.
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Let's go ahead.
Yeah, I like this proposal that we're coming up with, at least from affordability, you know. I don't mind paying taxes as long as we, you know, I'm getting something for it. And I'm concerned about, you know, losing the money that's been pledged to us, but I mean, I don't want to make a rash decision based on that as well. I thought we were settled on Katie Bunnell Park, or was it due to environmental concerns once those were addressed? Can you answer that for me, Melissa? I can't.
Yeah, Commissioner Schwartz, that was my understanding, is that that was a condition of the location. And I would welcome any other commissioner, if you agree or disagree with me, to chime in, but I believe that that's where we landed, was that was a condition of the location. And then the second option in our list was the school district property.
Okay.
Mhm.
But it sounds like we've done studies though, haven't it? On Katie Bunnell.
No, we just heard from Mr. Gager tonight that it sounds like there's been some information delivered to the city, and he just
Oh,
gave
okay.
it just now on what he heard about that location.
Right, okay.
For me, that's not enough. The update that we got, I want more information than that update tonight.
Okay.
It was, yeah, just too surface level for me, no pun intended. Anything you want to add?
It's hard for me to figure out where to go from here. It's like every time we come up with a solution, or something that might be viable, you know, somebody throws a stick in the spokes. But yeah, I'd like to see this keep moving forward. We're getting closer and closer, I think, to making it relatively affordable and stuff like that, without the county especially. And I fear time's running out. I really want to see this move forward, if at all possible. I have nothing else to offer except I wouldn't mind going back and putting where the Civic Center is. So I'll just put that thought back out there just for what it's worth. At that, I will yield. Thank you.
Thank you. Other commissioners? Commissioner Lyons?
I'll say that I agree with Commissioner Schwartz, except for the last minute Civic Center comment. But and I also just want to acknowledge the work that it took to get from counties not participating to what can be viable. We haven't really talked about it much since then, but that's been an immense amount of work to get from there to here. And also, it would be really easy to just give up when the county decided not to participate. And so I appreciate all the effort that's gone into getting us here. And to me, I think I acknowledge Chair Newt's concerns and understand her sensitivity to that. But just kind of like from a general sentiment, I share Commissioner Schwartz that, a lot of great work has been done. And I think, the voters should have the opportunity to decide, as soon as is reasonably possible, whether or not they want to pay for this, or want to pay for operating it. Because, and I think that's an important distinction also, is that we're not talking about asking voters to pay for the facility, for the construction of the facility. We're asking them to pay for operating the facility with some additional help thrown in there that wasn't there the last time we looked at this. So, you know, it has the potential to be a great community asset. If it can be one that is helpful as well, that would be, that's what we need. And thanks for getting us here, and I'm eager to see what we can bring to the voters.
Anyone else? Vice Chair Kale?
First, I echo what Commissioner Lyon said, and thank you, Mr. Gager, the amount of work that you've put into that, into this to get here from where we were is incredible, and I really appreciate that. I do think that potentially we can get over these last few hurdles to get to the point where we make a decision on sending this to the voters or not. I mean, it sounds to me, Mr. Gager, that potentially you have the information about Kata Von L Park. You have reports and other things that maybe need to be analyzed a little bit more, but it sounds like you may have that information to get to us to look at and go through so that we could feel confident in our decision for that. So I feel like we might be very close to that, and that you could provide that information to us. I would want to see a MOU between us and the funders about the $5 million endowment, knowing that they're committed to that and that we've signed an agreement, you know, whether they're still raising that while the money, you know, while the building is being built, or if we put a deadline on, or whatever it might be. But I would like to see a signed commitment to that endowment before we move forward. I think that for me, that would be important. And that's all I have.
Is there anything you want to add?
We're good to go.
Can you get the information to me, please?
Absolutely.
Thank you. And any other commissioners, obviously, that want it. Is there anything else you need?
No, I will return to my office and start to compile the information to send to you and Vice Chair Kale. And we will get to work on preparing an MOU and related resolution. And we'll be back to you in a short time.
Is that information also available to the public? There are certain members of the public that are very interested in that land, which is city land.
We can make that information available on the project website. It's on our website, absolutely.
Great, thank you. All right, moving on. Next on the agenda.
Or however you
I
think
will-
it's best to work in there.
Yeah, I will
Thank
handle
you.
it right now. That's right. Does that work for you?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. I'll make I'm gonna make a motion to go into closed session pursuant to 2-3-203 to discuss the matter of individual privacy. Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Motion by Newts. Second by Kale. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
So commissioners, it's gonna take a little bit to close up the room and give the public a chance to gracefully exit. So let's just make this like a 10-minute break right now. Does that sound good?
Yeah.
Okay. We'll just use the opportunity for transition to.
There we go.
All right, so next on the agenda is city manager comments.
I Thank you all for the direction that you provided on some very critical topics this evening. And look forward to meeting again in 2 weeks. And if I don't see you first, have a happy Thanksgiving.
Commissioner Lyons,
Happy Thanksgiving.
Commissioner Schwartz,
Ditto, happy Thanksgiving. I yield.
Commissioner Friedman,
Yeah, wow. Great meeting. I think, yeah, wow. I'm older than Joe Biden. I should be in bed right now.
oh my gosh.
No. Good meeting.
Happy Thanksgiving, and we only have a few more meetings left with this gentleman, which makes me
I'm down to one, I think.
sad.
Two,
Two, right?
two,
At least two, right? Yeah, so, yes, happy Thanksgiving to all.
Yeah. Have a good, safe holiday.
Now the election results are official, so now I will say, because it's all been signed off, right? So congratulations to James Willich. I'm looking forward to, the next 4 years on the commission. Thanks to the people of Livingston for voting for me again. And I'll say gobble gobble.
Yeah, that's good.
I'm looking now, let's hear a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Friedman, I almost said motion by Mel. Motion by Friedman, second by Lyons, all in favor, say aye.
All right.
5-0. This meeting of Livingston City Commission is adjourned at 11:08. Good night, and
Good night.
late, it's the next
Gotta-
day for you,
Gotta take down
Quentin.
the,
Yes, it is.